This is more than a competition. It is a war where the warriors risk it all. They fight like there's no tomorrow. This is the sound of South Asia, live on the PUBG Mobile Esports official YouTube channel.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our journey of the third and the final week of the league stages of this tournament. And it's going to be quite incredible to witness how the teams finish at the end of the league stages, because within the first 2 weeks, we saw a dominating run being put on display by the players from Godlike Stalwart, but now they have been toppled over by the real soldiers, who have just managed to secure the first position in the overall ranking. But Necro, expectations for the last 3 days of this week?
I mean, expectations, I really want teams like T2K to shine up, because week 2 has been completely bad for them. And then I also want other teams like Elementrix as well to show themselves up, just like the way they did inside week 1 as well. And even a team like 1952, week 1, complete another story. Inside week 2, complete downfall. In week 3, I don't know what to expect, because right now they're all the way on the bottom spot.
I mean, and it is quite interesting to see what is happening with 1952, because as you mentioned, week 1 they looked incredible. They were doing so well for themselves, finishing quite high up in a few games as well. But now week 2 and week 3, they're not looking too good for them, and it is going to be a stressful situation for them and a few other teams, because as we have been mentioning, this is the last week of the league stages, gentlemen. From here on out, all you have to do is finish in the top 12 till Sunday and play the Livic game, secure those bonus points from the Livic game, get the points based on the rankings of your weekly rankings for the finals, and then move to the finals, play in the finals, win the trophy, move to the SA Championship. But along with that, I mean, money always makes things a lot more interesting, a lot more intense, and this time it's $150,000 on the line. Yeah, things do get complicated when money is involved.
Exactly, man. You got to be a lot much more competitive, and that's why we have a big prize pool as well, included $150,000 online. And just so the people that don't really know how the storyboard is looking like in the overall league standings, so in the bottom 4, the teams that are not in the top 16 anymore are A1 Esports, DAX, Seal, and TRZ. This week is going to be a lifeline type of week for them. One last chance, do or die moment. If these guys are not able to strike in at the right moment, these guys are pretty much outside. We will not see them compete inside the PMPL South Asia Grand Finals, of course. With that being said, the bonus point structure as well is in front of you guys, and how the bonus points are given to the teams as well. We've explained it a lot of times, but still, just to go once more, bonus points are pretty much easy to earn at the end of this entire week. Whichever standing you have, taking a look at those standings, you will be getting those bonus points at the end of every single week. With that being said, the point structure as well is in front of you. Pretty much some basic stuff, nothing changed here.
Yeah, point structure for the normal matches remains the same. We have a different point structure for that Livic game that we always keep on blabbering about. But we'll come to that on Sunday. We'll talk about that on Sunday when the game is actually happening. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, the 5 groups that are going to be playing the matches for now on our screen, starting off with Group A, the Warriors, VENOM Legends, T2K, WIZZES Club. Quite an interesting bunch over here, as we did see the Warriors do really well for themselves consistently in week 1, week 2. WIZZES Club this time around have definitely been very impressive. I mean, looking at their run in the last week, I was getting concerned as to where exactly this team will finish, but they've managed to regain my faith in them this particular week, sitting on the top 5 right now with 71 points to their name. So the improvement has been there, and I hope we see them perform like this till the end of the week, and not just that, till the finals maybe. But looking at the overall weekly rankings, we do see DRS right there on the first position, 2 chicken dinners to their name and a 100-point total tally.
I mean, right now, DRS, they are just unstoppable with the sort of start they've had to this entire week. In the first 2 days, they've gotten decent amount of points for themselves, but not elite just yet. They haven't gotten cushion. On the other hand, you still have teams like Miramar Esports who are making a comeback, and they have found themselves in the top 16 inside the overall league standings too. So this week is looking pretty good for them. On the other hand, you also have Raw coming in, A1NB, WIZZES Club, and this is a sort of similar situation these teams had even inside the previous week. A1NB, they were looking so phenomenal in the first 2 days, and then later on, the downfall just came in, and we did not see A1NB anywhere.
Well, I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see how they managed to keep this momentum going. I mean, for now, sitting on the 4th position, doing really well for themselves, but as I've been saying, consistency is going to be key. Consistency, consistent performances can change everything. As we do see from the biggest names of them all, godlike Stalwart on the 14th position. This week they have been missing. I mean, we've been missing the moments of brilliance that we usually get to witness from action from top, but the individual performances are lacking, and because of that, the team has not been performing, at least for the last 2 days of the last week of the league stages. But moving forward, TRZ Esports, very, very big point of concern for them, because they are sitting on the 15th position right now, but their overall league ranking is also not looking good. And as you mentioned, Necro, if they manage to finish outside the top 16, then they won't be able to make it to the finals. And look at that. Look who's on the first.
Exactly. Just toppling over the gods and DRS, the real soldiers, getting the first spot in the overall league standings with 509 points wrapped up, with the numbers of 235 elimination points and 274 replacements. I mean, DRS, they have been a really consistent team, and I love the fact that inside this PMPL, we're seeing them more aggressive.
Yeah. I mean, they have been doing really well for themselves. As you mentioned, they have been a little bit more aggressive, quite close to what godlike Stalwart are doing. And they have been very consistent in getting those placement points as well, because they have the most, well, the second highest placement point total tally out of all the 20 teams that are participating. But if you're going to talk about aggression, we have to talk about the Warriors. 279 eliminations in the 50 games that they've played. An impressive feat nonetheless. And the Warriors, I mean, you have been quite keen and on talking about them since the start. Not since the start, but after we witnessed them play the first few days of the opening week. And they have been very impressive, as we've been talking about how much firepower the team has, especially with players like Nirzed and Doc being present in the lineup.
I mean, again, you were speaking about Nirzed, Doc. I mean, look, Deadeye's Warriors at this point, they're just settled down, okay? No problem for them, no risk for them. Maybe if they do want to go for their trophy, they definitely can. Top 3 is going to be a complete different storyline. But right now, the main focus has to be the bottom teams, man. The bottom 4, A1NB, TRZ. And I'm really, as you mentioned perfectly, a big concern for them inside this day right here. Because if this day is over, they will only have 2 more days to go. And if you're in the shoes of TRZ, you're all the way at the bottom spot. And if this day is missed, I would say it's literally impossible to make a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you on that as well. I mean, this is going to be key, what happens today with these particular teams. A1NB, as you mentioned, I mean, I hope they manage to cross around 120 points by the end of today, just perform really well and move themselves up on the overall weekly league rankings as well. But for now, let's have a look at the comparison of DRS Gaming and Janmara. Janmara, we talked about them at the start of this week. They were not looking too good in terms of their league rankings. They were outside the top 16. I believe they were in the bottom 3 at that point. But this week, they've turned things around so beautifully. I mean, I'm impressed with how Janmara played for the last 2 days.
I mean, speaking of Janmara, yeah, as you mentioned, definitely impressive performance. But again, Janmara, they are slowly and steadily making that comeback happen too, Johnny. And as we were speaking about 3 more days to go, today they're going to be playing 5 games. I mean, they're going to be playing 4 games, of course, but 5 games are going to be played today. And there will be a couple of teams that'll try to topple them over too today. And there's a big chance, maybe at least from someone from that bottom 4, either at least one team will try to breach inside that top 16 in the overall league standing. So there's a lot of possibilities. Anything can happen. Anything cannot happen. Maybe the same storyline would continue. Maybe the bottom 4 teams will probably stay in the bottom 4. We don't exactly know what's going to happen. Only the future will tell us what's going to happen. But right now, what is happening on our screen is the team performance. And if you do compare Giant Mara and DRS, it is understandable. The fact that DRS, of course, have some bigger pyramids over here compared to the players of Giant Mara, and the graphs are way much more higher. But you still got to give props to a team that wasn't doing that good throughout the entire PMPL, and then coming back inside the final week and able to gather their mentality back again, able to reset their mental and come back stronger than ever before.
I mean, especially given the fact that I think at this point, even Giant Mara and A1NB, they realized the fact that they had nothing more to lose. They were outside the top 16. If they kept playing like that, they would have been eliminated from the tournament. But if they switch things around, they can possibly make it into the top 16. And both these teams are trying their level best to do that. And both of them are doing really well as well. But another performance comparison that we are going to look at, it is going to be between the players of Raw and WIZZES Club. Now, this is going to be quite interesting. Raw official, again, as we have been talking about them, do manage to stay in the middle of the table every now and then. But WIZZES Club, I think the comeback from this team has been very impressive, considering the second week was really not theirs. It just completely shattered the momentum they had built up for themselves in the first week.
Exactly. But WIZZES Club, too, they have these like little glamorous moments that everyone does like to see, right? But you don't really see them often, and that's the problem. They need to start throwing in consistency even inside the games. They have these sort of little macro adjustment they try to pull off, and sometimes it does work, sometimes it doesn't work, and that's why they fall off too. And there are some fights where their firepower looks absolutely insane, but then later on, sometimes they just are not able to keep up to the firepowers the teams are throwing at them. So it's really just like up, down sort of situation for this team. But inside this week, at least, if you speak about the starting days, they've had a decent start compared to all the other teams. So I would say if this keeps on rolling forward, then what else can you ask for?
I mean, at this point, just more bonus points before the finals begin, I guess. But one team that I do have a lot to ask from has to be High Voltage, because we have talked about them so much. They run in the first week, they finished top 5. They run in the second week, they finished top 5. They were in the top 5 before the second day began of the third week as well, but by the time the matches came to an end, High Voltage went from being in the top 5 to being in the bottom 4. They're right now sitting on the 17th position with just 43 points to their name. And the jump they have to make to regain their status, it is pretty massive. So I think High Voltage, they have been doing really well, considering even in the bonus point ranking, they're sitting on the first position, even way above the likes of godlike Stalwart. So it is very important for a team like High Voltage, who all of a sudden coming into this tournament as just being one of the good teams, are now considered one of the top contenders to lift the trophy. They have to live up to that expectation now. Just try their level best, secure the bonus points from this particular week as well, and then move to the final with a significant advantage. Because if you are going up against teams like DRS, Skylightz Gaming, teams like godlike Stalwart, IHC, you will need every single bit of advantage that you can have.
I mean, a lot of fingers are already being raised on this team, right? I do hear a little bit of chatter around, has godlike Stalwart's era ended? And I still feel like we're not at the point where you can just start judging and saying that, oh, maybe godlike Stalwart's era has ended, just like how Zeus Esports ended. But no, I don't think so. I feel like you still need to wait for the grand finals. You still need to see how this team is going to be performing inside the grand finals, because league stage, I mean, it has been the history of these entire PMPLs. Teams are not that serious. Teams that are exceptionally good at the game, they're not that serious in the league stage. As long as they qualify, that's all that matters for them. And I mean, right now, even in the bonus points ranking, godlike Stalwart are really doing good, so they don't really need to worry about anything. They're, no matter what, they're going to be qualifying inside the Livic game, and even if they get one single great game, they're going to topple themselves all the way in the top 5. That'll be a massive leap, so there's nothing much to worry about here.
I mean, definitely. As you mentioned, there is not a lot for them to worry about. But what we have to worry about, ladies and gentlemen, is the first game of the day, all set to begin. The map is going to be Sanhok. Then we have 2 Erangels back-to-back. And the last 2 maps are going to be played on Miramar. But before we move to the first game, we do have the map stats of particular teams that have been doing well on Sanhok. We did have them on our screens a few moments ago, and it looked like Elementrix apparently have been destroying the competition in this match. But also a reminder that in the first game, every single day, Group E is the group sitting out of the rotation. So IHC Esports, DRS, TRZ, and Elementrix won't be playing this game. So that just makes things a whole lot easier for the other teams.
Blows. And considering you just mentioned Elementrix, they have been dominating the game of Sanhok since a long time. And even DRS is currently at the top of the table. This gives teams like Godlike Stalwart another chance to regain their throne back. And not just that, even another team, Giant Mara, to get that first spot in this week's standing. So that's going to mean a lot. This one single game, as they're not playing it out, it's your time to set a target, and it's your time to make the players of DRS chase it.
I mean, definitely. And how high is the target going to be? I think that is what is going to be important in this particular match. Especially as you mentioned, Godlike Stalwart, I think it is going to be quite key for them to build their momentum in this very first game. Otherwise, they will be in a world of trouble moving forward, because they are going to be sitting out the next match, the first Erangel, which is also a very strong map of theirs. They won't be playing. But lucky for them, the last two games of the day are going to be Miramar, and Godlike Stalwart seem to be doing really well on that particular map as well. So I think the chances do look pretty solid today, but they do have to worry about the fact that the rest of the teams are going to be playing. IHC, DRS, Elementrix are going to be joining them in those particular Miramars and the Erangel, the one Erangel that they get to play later on. So things will definitely get tricky. And especially in a situation like this, when teams have reached a point of, when teams literally have nothing to lose, they're doing really well for themselves. I think that's when they start taking risk and going for awkward plays. Those drop clashes do come in. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how this first game is going to go.
I mean, it's always that if you find yourself in the comfort zone, and if you feel like, oh, the competition is way too easy, we'll just stop taking it way too serious. And as you mentioned, that might just be the case with a team like Godlike Stalwart too, where they feel like, oh, I mean, it's already easy. We've pretty much secured a decent amount of bonus points. We already have a good lead over there. And even if week 3 bonus points are not going to be that much, there's a big chance they can make a comeback happen inside the grand finals. It's not going to be... It's not going to be that big of a surprise, right? They've done it in the past, and that's what they're known for. But, Johnny, it's time to make some predictions. And for the first game, man, IHC, DRS, TRZ, and Elementrix are out. So I don't know who to go for here. It's going to be tough. You know what? I'm going to go against the odd. Seal Esports.
All right, you're going with Seal Esports.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to go against the odds as well today. Then I'll go with High Voltage. That's going to be my prediction for this particular game. And, I mean, Sanhok has been one of those maps where they do comparatively well for themselves. I mean, the Erangel is not that great because where they drop, they do have to worry about 2 other teams quite close to them, and situations can become intense as soon as the matches begin. But on Sanhok, just the fact that they have DE Warriors, who I think High Voltage have figured out how to avoid on Camp Alpha Island, which is their home ground, does help them out quite a lot. And if the circle is towards Camp Alpha, anywhere close to Camp Alpha, High Voltage's chances of winning the game, they go up quite significantly. So here's to hoping we do have an interesting zone towards the northwestern part of the map. And my prediction, as I said, it's High Voltage. What about you guys, though? You can tell us your prediction as well.
Yeah, you guys can tell us your prediction as well. Vote Space Team Tac in the PMPL South Asia YouTube channel. But again, Johnny, I feel like another team does need a little bit of shed of light over here. Has to be DAX. And considering the fact that DAX is currently sitting on 10th spot, I would say it's decent compared to all the performances they've had in the previous weeks. Even inside week 2, if you remember, at the end of the week, we saw a little bit of glimmer of hope from their side. And even in the first 2 days, we saw DAX trying their best to win those duels. They're trying. They're not really shying away from those fights. And this is what I'm loving. But there are still those moments where DAX are kind of scared to challenge some fights as well. And that is something DAX will need to try and work on. They need confidence badly. And this is something they really need to talk about inside their boot camp or just together with each other. You know, they'll need to try and figure this one out because confidence is clearly lacking. But if you ask for the improvement is there.
I mean, definitely agree with you over there as well. The DAX, I mean, we've seen them back off from situations that would have led them to a winnable fight. Not even winnable, it was a fight they were already winning. 2 players knocked out, still just resisting the push, allowing the opposition multiple opportunities to get their numbers back up. And it is that small little bit of hesitation that majority of the times does completely change the situation for DAX from being up in numbers, from having the numbers advantage, all of a sudden getting third-partied out of nowhere because they extended the fight for too long, longer than it should have gone. So a little bit quicker on the executes, a little bit quicker on those 4v4s. I think DAX definitely has what it takes to just take on any one of the teams inside of the lobby. They have proven this time and time again. As you mentioned, it's just about getting that little extra self-confidence. And I think one of the best teams to learn it from right now has to be A1NB, because imagine 2 weeks in a row you are not performing at all. The players have lost all of their morale, and all of a sudden in the third week they show up with new signs of life in them. And A1NB, I mean, they have been very impressive in this last week of the tournament. But ladies and gentlemen, the game of Sanhok is all set to begin, and here we go. It looks like players have already started to drop from the plane onto the map, and this time the flight path, it did take a very interesting route starting from the northwestern side of the map. Oh, and quite an early collision, and look at this. Who went down? I hope it wasn't one of the lads from the side of High Voltage, because that was just my prediction. And yeah, it is High Voltage Praveen, the first man, the first blood of the game.
And even Sneaks has went down from the side of DW. So right now, both these teams are on an equal page. It's a 3-on-3 situation where the nade's going to be tossed outside. Catches a lot of damage. Assassin could have been the casualty. But DE Warriors, they're so unaware of the fact that the players of High Voltage are just wrapping around. And same thing is happening even from the side of DEW. Both these teams have already taken a lot of damage. If this fight keeps them going, these teams might just fall down. And yep, that's what exactly happens. DEW, the call's being made now. Nirzet does not want to challenge a 1-on-3 situation here. Will just fall back. High Voltage, somehow they claw their way back inside this fight, even though it seemed like DEW somewhat had an advantage. But one of the players on the side of High Voltage just punch boosted his way all the way on the left side, flanked him, found that second man down, and that's where things were completely flipped around.
You know what the problem about this fight is? Wasn't High Voltage who tried to take DE Warriors on this early in the game. It was DE Warriors trying to fight High Voltage in their home. This high temple drop, it is where High Voltage drop every single time. DE Warriors on the other side, they drop quite close to the shoreline, quite close to the southeastern shoreline of this Camp Alpha Island, so right across from boot camp. And this time around, I don't know what happened, what the decision was. Maybe they wanted to just maybe they just wanted to enjoy in the chaos of High Voltage, since they haven't been performing really well. But yeah, all right. So a lot of interesting things happening right there. Since DE Warriors have switched up their drop, I think this is the first time we are seeing godlike Stalwart outside of bootcamp within the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not sure what just happened in the locker room talks. I don't know if you've heard, Johnny, you know? Like, so these players apparently have their own locker room talks, right? Just like how this, just like how the actual sports events have. They have like locker room talks where all the other people are inside the locker, all the different players are inside the locker room. This might be the similar type of situation. Something might have happened in the locker room, Johnny.
And I guess
we might not have the info about that. I'm not sure about getting baited, though. I mean, High Voltage is not a team you want to go against. I mean, even if you did manage to take High Voltage down, how much is it going to hurt them? How much?
Did you tell the Warriors that? Because I don't think they realized it.
Yeah, exactly. Even if you did win that fight, D Warriors, I mean, it would not have changed a lot of things anyways, because High Voltage right now are doing so good in the overall league standing. So it's not gonna affect them a lot.
Oh, well, just the fact that they might have missed out on the bonus points of this week could have changed how the finals were going to go. I guess that is what they were relying on, just looking at the bigger picture, focusing on the grand finals instead of just going for this week. Because if High Voltage do not break into the top 12, then they don't get to play the Livic as well. That means their rankings are going to drop even further. And since they are already in the bottom 3, I think for this week, High Voltage is just going to be able to secure, if they finish where they are right now, they will be securing like 3 or 4 points max. And that swings the grand finals' advantage completely in the favor of DE Warriors, DRS, and godlike Stalwart. They are the 3 teams next in line. So I think that is what DE Warriors had in mind, just ruin the day for High Voltage right off the bat. and they were confident in themselves considering they also drop on Camp Alpha Island. But this time around, kudos to High Voltage for turning things around. But let's see, Stalwart top. He has been spotted out by Dax Assault. Assault choosing not to go for an assault on the opposition, just holding the trigger right there.
Not worth it. He's just going to end up giving away his position.
Yeah. I think
Because
they're
he
waiting
knows-
for God like Stalwart to just come down the slope.
Yeah,
be a little
exactly,
bit
yeah.
more exposed.
Yeah, that's what they're waiting for. Because Assault, if he takes shots right there, he's not going to find any sort of knockout anyways. Maybe he'll be able to he'll be able to tickle him away a little bit, but yeah, it's not going to do a lot of things. I also do see on the minimap though, High Voltage and Deadeye's guys on the other side. They have a little 2-2 split going on, and unfortunately, Deadeye's guys, they might just step inside an unknown territory where High Voltage are guarding it currently. MABETEX as well, they found themselves on a nice hilltop, and they are currently looking to take it over as well. They're not sure if it's completely clear, so they do have some players in the front trying to scout it. As DE Warriors, we saw right off the bat, they're down to only Nirzed, but Johnny, this team has some clutch genes, and there's a chance that clutch gene might just kick away right now.
Who parks a bike like that? Also, that's a pretty expensive car.
Yeah, honestly, well,
Yeah.
I guess.
It's going to leave a lot of scratches. Someone's got to move it, Necro.
I guess the most richest people would probably do that.
Drop a bike on a car.
Why
I
not?
don't think so.
I mean, at this point, they might have so much money that they just don't know what to do with that much money.
Ooh.
Right?
Well, let's see what Wally wants to do right now, though. Does see Lucifer right in front in the distance. And I think he does realize that the other lads from the side of Seal Esports are going to be close by as well. Takes a few shots, just trying to put the buggy out of commission. Gives up his position in the process as well.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Seal against MABETEX, and a bad decision. Lucifer
Nice
loved this car
shots.
too much. Takes Wally down, puts him on his knees. Opening for Seal Esports.
Don't try to tickle us or we'll completely knock you down. That was the message being sent. A statement, a stark message from the side of Seal. And MABETEX after that one, of course, they're going to try to suppress themselves down as well. Maybe not overpeak some angles. But Seal, that was some precise shooting from Lucifer. A1 and B2 now, they might just be a part of this entire commotion that's currently happening and right in the smack center of the circle. But again, the problem here is this circle is creating this sort of a mysterious aura. It's right in between these three islands. On the right side, is it going to shift on the right side or the left side? No one knows. And that's why teams are kind of equally divided on both the sides right now.
Well, let's see, though. Do see Raw in the distance as well. So both these teams, they will have to be extremely careful. Right now, I think the best decision is to stay hidden, even though I think the opposition knows where you are. Just keep yourselves hidden. No incentive to force a fight over here. Quite comfortably inside the circle, smack in the center. So even the next zone shift is going to be extremely close, and it will be very easy for them to rotate to the next zone. Spooky. Looking towards the northwest relative to his position. And it's the same spot from where godlike Stalwart potentially might appear. Few more shots being fired. I think it's just trade of ammunition from either sides.
Mags are definitely being unloaded, but it's more sort of like a suppression fire. Making sure that the enemy is not going to get too confident over the players of Seal. So Seal, they want to make sure that the players of MABETEX just keep their heads down against him. Because somewhere down line, these teams are going to be big threats for each other. So you might as well have a little bit of precautions with it. Not a lot happening so far. Teams are just getting settled up in the center of the map. There are a decent amount of teams who are trying to close in, but the center of the map right now is completely chaotic. A lot of teams are just right next to each other, or the majority of the teams are right next to each other. But there's a rotation happening currently on the map, all the way on the right side near Camp Bravo, where Skylightz Gaming and T2K, they might just encounter each other. in a matter of seconds. They're right next to each other while making that rotation happen. AJ is all the way in the back, a little separated from the pack, but T2K, they're grouped up and united.
Oh, the blue zone, it's closing in. And in a few short moments, we will have the second zone of the game in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Just forcing these teams even closer to each other than before. Oh, look at this. T2K against the players of Skylightz Gaming. A potential fight about to break out. It's Mr. Boro and Mafia Ninja, the two men from the side of Skylightz Gaming who have to deal with the initial aggression from the players of Train to Kill. While Mr. Boro is out in the open exposed, Mafia Ninja has found a comfortable hiding spot for himself, close to where Rig is roaming around right now. He realizes it's not going to be a good situation that he's going to be in if he gets caught off guard, gets inside the car, gets ready to leave. Oh, T2K. Oh, now this is going to be interesting. So Rig is completely distracted by Nima in the distance, and he does not realize that there's another man right
now
next
he
to him.
does.
Yeah, now he does.
Because the Weekle.
Yep.
The Weekle is moved away. There's still one more man lurking around. Skylightz Gaming, they do realize that this fight is quite disadvantageous for them. That's why they're not just being way too eager to try and take these duels. Because right now, T2K, they have, of course, an high ground and even a better compound over them. So cover is favoring them, even the positional advantages with the players of T2K. And that's why Skylightz Gaming don't want to charge this fight. They don't want to take this fight just yet. Maybe if they find themselves in a better shoes then. But yeah, T2K so far, they're not going to let this one go. Maybe they will try to hold the players off at bay, but finally T2K have realized the fact that now they need to try and make it inside the circle. They've already wasted a lot of time.
Dax trying to gatekeep the players of God like Stalwart, it seems like. I wonder if they have spotted out Pika yet. Oh, they're still protecting their position. Look at their Seal Esports. The third party that we were talking about is about to happen, and it is Janmara who have decided to just take control of a few positions a little bit further away from the players of Seal Esports. Oh, no fear. He does see the head of action, I believe. Right on that ridge of the hill. This is for the first time I'm seeing such a patient game of Sanhok. There's hardly any action happening. Where's the cat? Have you seen the cute cat, Necro?
I have, yeah. Especially if you remember the one we saw day before yesterday.
Oh, yeah. The one with the bunny ears.
Yeah, that was cute. Let's speak of cute things. A cute gun inside an airdrop. AUG.
Cute, but deadly.
Yeah, but still, some people don't like it. Or I would say they don't prefer to pick it up.
Definitely
sometimes.
better options available.
Yep.
Especially in a map
Yep.
like Sanhok where you know it's going to work. DBS.
I mean, it's more like you are more accustomed to playing with the M4 than the AUG, right? You're not always going to go for the airdrops, and you're not always going to play with the AUG. You have played with M4 so much. You've put in hours and hours. At this point, you know how the recoil works. You know how much the bounce is. You know how much the sway is. You know what grip is the best. So it's all overall research you've done all these years, and that is probably the most comfortable gun for all these players, and that's why they just play with that one. Makes sense too.
Yeah.
Some big stacks on the line here, and you got to make sure you're staying inside your comfort zone. But sometimes breaking out of that one can definitely catch some enemy off guard as well. Now we're just waiting for the next circle shift to happen, and this might just do a lot of things, but no, it just keeps on shifting in the center once again, having that little mysterious aura going on.
Well, let's see. A central shift is just going to mean that the players are going to be seated or, well, prone in their positions for a little while longer, but it looks like 1952, they're running out in the open, a little too overeager to pick off Domain from the side of WIZZES Club, because they seem to be chasing him. up this mountain, they have to be extremely careful because from the flank, the rest of the lads have decided to show up, and 1952 have been baited out. They are going to be exposed for a while. On the other side, the Gremlin Storm against the players of A1 NB, and they have found an opening. Oh, look at this. Jax from the side of 1952 going for a spray, but WIZZES Club, they managed to get away.
It was a car full of players. Luckily, only one of them took a lot of damage, and he was able to patch himself up. So far now, WIZZES Club, with this sort of risky rotation, they are quite vulnerable, but luckily there's not a lot of players around him. One player has ejected outside the vehicle, and he is pretty close. 1952 might not have any sort of clue that there is one player around him, and that is Octopus. And for now, Octopus, just being all by himself, he doesn't want to give his position away either. Maybe if he does find the right moment to take some shots, he probably will. But 1952, they're already backing away from that spot. Even they themselves are not inside the circle, so they just want to position themselves in a safer spot and then maybe start challenging them some fights. But at this point, the circle is already filled up with a lot of teams. There's barely any sort of wiggle room left.
Shots fired on the players of Skylightz Gaming. Gyalzen finding an opening, trying to see if he can finish him off as well. But a good cover fire from the other lads from the side of SG. As they do manage to keep AJ alive for a few more moments. Gyalzen not willing to give up. Another clip committed inside of the smoke. Oh, and AJ, look at him. He has managed to crawl through. Does manage to get himself to safety. That is going to allow Skylightz Gaming an opportunity to be a complete four-man roster again. Quite close to seeing another elimination in this game, but it is a central zone on Sanhok, so we will have to wait for a few short moments. Well, a few more moments, in fact.
Skylightz Gaming right now just peppering some shots in the front. John Mara was a big thorn in their way, and they still are. Gyalzen all by himself is just creating so many problems, and right now he's a big roadblock that the players of Skylightz Gaming will need to try and breach through. But Gyalzen is not letting that happen anytime soon. It's a little rivalry going on between these two teams, but Gyalzen somehow catches some shots in the back, and it's the players of MABETEX now knocking on the doors. A third party completely out of nowhere, surprising Giant Mara. They were getting way too comfortable, but now it's time to step outside of comfort zone and try and make it for yourself. Giant Mara getting charged on, but even by the players of Seal, the problems are now just increasing time by time, but Snipe YT's trying to suppress him down.
Oh, Zeke. I wonder if he's going to stay alive or not. Spooky is desperate to go for the revive and bring his teammate back, but it's not going to be easy. KSA from the outside is going to try and give them whatever cover fire possible. Look at this, Zeke. He's slowly and steadily bleeding out. Spooky finally going for the revive. Still under extreme pressure from the opposition. Jan Mara not looking to stop. Oh no! Snipe steps into a Molotov, takes tons of damage because of that. Is going to be down to around 50% HP, and the trades, in fact, have gone in the favor of Jan Mara in the end. They do end up picking up those players. Lucifer is going to be taken out as well. A little too overeager to retaliate to Jan Mara's aggression. Another elimination secured by the players of JM now. Seal Esports, they're down to their last player. And there he goes.
And I love the fact that Skylightz Gaming instantly took the advantage of this chaos and they just made it inside the circle. Giant Mara was trying to hold him off at bay, but now because Giant Mara was busy inside a fight, Skylightz Gaming instantly took the advantage of that. Perfectly played and executed from the side of Skylightz Gaming, but the problem is they don't have a lot of info about the area that they just stepped in, and that's why Godlike Stalwart found a free opening. Skylightz Gaming now, they will need to try and reposition themselves in a better spot, of course, and also try and get Mafia Ninja back up on his feet. But at this point, it's going to be quite tough to go for the res. Of course, you will burning through a lot of time in med because now the wall of death will also start to engulf you. John Mara, down to a 3-med squad. It's not going to affect them quite a lot, but Seal is already out in the first spot.
Well, let's see Seal Esports, as you mentioned, the first team to be eliminated from this game. Who is going to be next? Oh, Janmar caught off guard now. Gyalzen on his knees. Vadu is stuck out in the open as well. And Skylightz Gaming, they are not looking to stop in a situation like this. Even the blue zone is not going to be enough to slow them down as they keep pushing forward. And Vadu, look at this, under extreme pressure again. But AJ, he has to be careful. Does manage to survive and run inside now. Has to put on a first aid before he reaches, but goes for a nade. Vadu is going to be forced to run towards the left. Takes more damage. AJ is back. Down. How did he pull that off with a sliver of HP?
It's not even a sliver. It was a pixel, man. It was half a pixel. His HP was invisible. Oh, what just happened? A big whiff coming in from the side of Janmar, and that's going to cost him their life. Oh, this is definitely going to hurt him in the longer run for sure. If they do check out the VOD and realize how low the player was. Yeah, it was a big choke from them. But again, speaking of the overall rankings of this week, so Janmar is looking pretty comfortable. They don't have a lot to worry about. But right now, one thing to worry about for 1952. Why did he not just fall back as soon as he realized he was catching a lot of bullets? Dante just stayed there. And that's why he got knocked out. Kremlin Storm. A great opening being found. But they're not going to try to capitalize on it. They're not going to try to press a lot on it. Instead, they're going to try to play it a little safe and sound and try and utilize some strategies to make it inside the circle safely. The circle has definitely shifted down south on the left side, favoring the players of WIZZES Club and even the players of Raw. Now, it's sort of in the open hill of Sanhok. And this is going to be tough if the circle does shift out and no cover lands. But right now, A1NB just mowing down the lawns. They're just unloading mags inside the smoke, and they have caught the wounded lines. As godlike stalwart, they're crumbling down and getting dismantled one after the other.
Sinister has managed to pick off two of them, and now instantly switches targets, turns around, starts taking down the players of 1952 as well, realizing there's pressure coming in from the red and also the blue zone. It is going to be quite brutal for them to deal with the damage of the blue at the same time. Just the last player surviving, Gajor, has been knocked out, secures another point for his team. So 3 eliminations secured by Sinister for his team to make that 4. He's going to go for a few more, because now he has to accept his fate. Just the last first aid on him. MABETEX on the other side taking an exit from this game quite early on and falling them. It is going to be the lads from Godlike Stalwart. So 22 minutes in, we have 8 teams remaining now with 21 players, as A1 and B are going to fall down to the blue. And look at the zone just completely favoring the players of Gremlin Storm. I think this is going to be their game. They have a massive high ground advantage as well.
Yeah, right now they're doing a good job. But again, Johnny, we've seen Gremlin Storm in some choke situations as well. They have choked some good fights too. Anything can happen, man. One player being knocked out from the side of Gremlin Storm, this should be more than enough to push this team in a big state of discomfort and the panic mode. If they are able to hold their nerves with the gun, then maybe that can be a whole nother story. But they are getting surrounded by a lot of teams now. 1952 in the front, in the back is the entire squad of WIZZES Club. And you also have T2K approaching. There's about to be chaos let loose soon. And this is what we're exactly waiting for. 1952 as well, just trying to suppress down the players of Raw, making sure they're being held off at bay. But Sus is making a really risky rotation out there. Teams, of course, it's going to be quite tough to make it in, but shouldn't be impossible because there are a lot of fights happening, so these teams are going to be distracted as well.
Well, let's see, as you mentioned, there are a lot of fights happening right now. 6 teams remaining high voltage, forced to take an exit on the 7th position. WIZZES Club, they are going to go down, as well as Sandesh manages to catch a few players off guard, but Gremlin Storm from the distance, the third party comes in, and T2K, they're going to be down another player. Jane, he's proning. He's crawling on the slope, has to be extremely cautious of where he goes. Liquid from Raw still surviving, hiding behind the tree in the distance, is waiting for an opportunity to strike. And look at this, Octopus as well. Right next to the players of Train to Kill. Just one nade, and T2K are going to be done. But he is being extremely careful, using the TPP to look over the grass and see exactly where all the noise, all the commotion is coming from. Does
He
see
sees him.
Sandesh as well, yeah.
Oh
He
yeah,
sees
he
both of
spots
them.
the head, but he's just holding the trigger right now, and this is the right moment to try and make a move, but Sandesh has moved away as well. The entire team of T2K now is crumbling down as well. The wall of death will start to move in. It's time to fight the beat on the timing. But are they going to be able to do so? Octopus still just outside the circle, going for a met strat, making sure he's not even moving an inch. Does not want to give his position away just yet. He wants to be the X factor inside this entire situation, and he will probably try to strike in an anonymous time. But he also realizes there's another threat on top of the hill. And they are probably going to be the first one to take shots on Octopus, and this might just happen right now. Octopus gets spotted by Dictator, and he's going to be the one to put the end to his fairy tale as he gets eliminated from the game on 4th spot. WIZZES Club out the gate. Now we have 1952, T2K, and Gremlin Storm. The top 3 situation where 9 players are remaining, and T2K have a big man advantage.
Look at this, Rowdy has a nade on him, has a Molotov as well, but still goes for the spray with the M4. Just trying to third-party the fight between T2K and 1952, waiting for a perfect opportunity. Gremlin Storm, they have the numbers to win this game. It's a 3v1v1 situation. Rig, no opportunity to go for a revive. Will get finished off by Dictator. Now it's between Gremlin Storm and the last surviving player from the side of 1952. And, well, the Storm, it is here. And it's quite intense, ladies and gentlemen. The first game of the day, the map of Sanhok, going to Gremlin Storm. An amazing chicken dinner.
Yeah, 5 elimination points and 20 points in total. That's going to give them 1,143 damage dealt. Gremlin Storm, in the overall league standings, they found themselves on the 16th spot. Remember, Johnny, I told you there's going to be one team. There's a big chance they might try and breach in. Right now, Gremlin Storm, they're at the point where they will probably topple over another team who is sitting on the 15th spot in the overall league standings. And this can be a big statement that might happen today. And this can be a big lifeline for all the other teams who are on the bottom 4.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a massive lifeline for them. I mean, we talked about Gremlin Storm at the start of this week as well. They weren't doing too well. They were barely inside of the top 16. And I think with how Janmara have been playing, Janmara have definitely pushed through inside of the top 16. Gremlin Storm, they might have been kicked out, and now they are slowly and steadily crawling back inside of the top 16. But I think just to be safe, you have to make it to the top 14 at least, because the last 2 spots, they are going to be up for grabs. The difference between the teams, we have discussed this before as well, is not that big. But for now, since this first game is done, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny John, my Necro right there. And the first game, it was an interesting win for the team of Gremlin Storm, but other than that, I think we did see a lot of intense action from 1952 as well, because we do have the MVP, Jax, in front of us, 5 eliminations secured, 713 damage dished out all alone. As we did see a team with 1,000 damage as well. The entirety of the team 1,000, and this man alone did 713 damage.
Yeah.
Also, 1952 also had a pretty good run in this game.
The funny part is we talked about all these teams, all the top 4 teams, we spoke about them inside the pre-show segment. Even our 1952, we said in the week 1 they were looking pretty phenomenal. We spoke about T2K as well, similar type of storyline, and they have managed to kick things off on a great note today on the map of Sanhok. But again, map of Sanhok is really well known for bringing in that variety. Hopefully this is the similar sort of catch even on the Miramar and even on the upcoming Erangel.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully. We're going to be quite hopeful about that. But let's see. Moving forward, we do have the player focus. On the second position, we do see Sinister from the side of A1NB having secured 4 eliminations for his team. Dished out 469 damage with a 21-minute of survival time. Then on the third, we have Jane from the side of T2K. So there was a little bit of improvement from T2K in this particular game as well. Hard luck that we didn't see them finish off with a win. We didn't see them walk away with the chicken dinner, even though they had 3 players when they were trying so desperately to finish off the players from the side of 1952 and Gremlin Storm. While all of that was happening, they just waited for the right moment. Looking at the match summary right now, Jack's doing really well for himself in terms of elimination and damage. Then we have highest assist going towards No Fear and highest healing done, because it is Sanhok and heal battle will always be a thing. We have Fragboy with 2,241 healing done. That's quite a lot. How many first aids did he have?
Well, I mean, one thing we can say for sure, this man was outside in the blue going for a med strat, but unfortunately, we didn't see him in the top 4 situation anywhere, so it didn't work out at the end of the day. But yeah, it's still valiant effort. Did try to pop off a lot of heals there, but probably does need a lot much more first aid than what he carried in the previous game. But the top 3 situation was definitely quite interesting, where we saw even 1952 to try and fight back. T2K had a big man advantage, but they still somehow screwed it up. And this is what I really wanted to talk about when I saw the top 4 situation, right? T2K, somehow they screwed it up. They had a big man advantage. They could have tried to play things a little bit more different, considering they're way much more experienced than all the other teams inside the lobby. I mean, of course, 1952 is experienced as well, but yeah. T2K, the type of experience, what I'm saying is that they're known for dominating these lobbies, but right now, what we're seeing is not the T2K that we know.
I mean, definitely. Otherwise, we would have seen a run like this in every single match that they've played, finishing in the top 3, finishing in the top 5 at least. I think they have been known to have those high average points per match every single tournament. But this time, I think the momentum that broke in week 1, they haven't been able to recover since then. Although, in this game, a lot of interesting things were happening. And the first most interesting and intense thing was the drop clash between the players of DE Warriors and High Voltage. Now, we discussed this during the game as well. We talked about this during the game as well, Necro, you and I. And I think both of us agreed it was a risky decision. It was something that should not have been done, especially this early. For a team that is sitting in the top to compete with another team that is sitting in the top this early before the grand finals, I think it was just a risky move, and they did take a massive hit for that.
Yeah, they did, but DEW, I mean, they're DEW. High voltage, they're high voltage. Even if that's going to affect them, let's be honest, it's not going to affect them no matter what in the overall league standings. This is not even going to tickle them a bit. But even if it does manage to affect somehow, they will be able to catch their grip back up again. They have a lot of days to go forward, 2 more days after this one, and a lot of games compared to that as well. So ample amount of chances to try and make a comeback if this stuff does affect them. But as I said, 3 more games to go for the players of DEW and even High Voltage. So they can try and do anything off. We know High Voltage is really well known for their consistency. Same thing as kind of the players with the DEW as well, but this time they're really aggressive, right? So we're loving to see this type of drama that's occurring inside the battlefields, of course. But now as you do speak about the Oppo F21 Pro moments, and this is how the final battle really wrapped up. Johnny said GSM is currently in the prime spot, and they were able to play that one perfectly. They did not choke it, and I thought we have seen some similar type of chokes in the past as well, where a team is in the prime spot and they somehow managed to screw it up. But this was not the case with the players at GSM.
Yeah, they were just quite patient. Had they been over-eager, maybe T2K and 1952 would have ganged up on them and fished them off. The 2 teams just shooting at them together, because you will try and take out the team with the high ground advantage first, but Also, talk about being on the high ground. We did see on the first page of the rankings, Gianmara sitting on the first position, ladies and gentlemen, right on top of the RS. But moving to the second page of the ranking, we do see 1952 with a wonderful run in this particular game, climb up 5 positions. They just went from being on the 20th position to now being on the 15th with 51 points. And as you guys can clearly see, the difference between them and where Dax is, it's not that much. They can cover it up in just the next game.
I mean, Dax, as you said, there's not a lot of big difference. And this is what I said too, right? This is what really does happen in the first 3 days, or at least the first 4 days, where the overall rankings is really fragile. It's not that tough to get yourself or catapult yourself inside the top 5. What is tough or what is difficult is to maintain that position. So even a team like Dax, if they have a solid upcoming game, they can just topple themselves over somewhere in the top 5, or at least somewhere near to the top 5, and that can give them a big confidence boost. But are they going to be able to maintain that position? Only the future can tell. But that being said, the schedule's in front of us for the day 3, and the second game is going to be played on the map of Erangel, where Group D is going to be sitting it out. That means we're not going to be having Deadeye's guys, Godlike Stalwart, Gremlin Storm, and Giant Mara in the upcoming game. This gives a big chance for another teams like DRS maybe, that the target has been set up. They can try and make the comeback happen once again in the overall standings. We never know.
I think they're going to try their level best. And now, since they know that Godlike Stalwart is not doing well, DRS will try and gain as big of an advantage just to prove a point that, we are the better team in this tournament. We are the better team in this lobby. And I think they have what it takes to definitely go for it. This is going to be the perfect opportunity to, as you said, gain a few extra points, and Godlike Stalwart is not going to be there, and DRS will be playing in this particular game. Also, it's not just Godlike Stalwart that they have to topple over. They have already toppled them over. I realize that as I said it. But now, Gianmara also has a target on its back. Gianmara have been doing really well this particular week, and after their run in the previous game, they now sit on the first position in the overall ranking. And DRS, I don't think they're going to be happy about that. Also, good news for DRS, Gianmara is also not playing in this game.
That's what yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what I literally mentioned, right? So right now, DRS inside this week, they can probably get their first position back. And because of the previous game, I'm pretty sure Giant Mara, all they needed was like a couple of points to topple over the players of DRS and get that first spot. So they should have done that probably in that previous game. So DRS, again, it's their time to bounce back. But Johnny, if you do speak of predictions, what do you want to predict over here for this game? Because it's going to be Erangel, a big change in the pace from Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, the pace and the change in pace is going to be massive, but I think it is time to have some fun with our predictions as well. So we're going to go for those risky plays. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm feeling, I don't know, I don't want to say lucky, but yeah, I just feel good today. So I'm going to go with MABETEX.
Why do you feel good today?
I don't know, just happy.
Just happy? That's good. That's good. It's good to be happy. So you went with MABETEX.
Yep.
I'm gonna go with a really risky pick here. DEW, Deadeye's Warriors.
Wow,
a really risky
that's
pick.
Very risky, very risky. Necro, I mean,
so risky.
Oh my god,
man.
why are you doing this? Why are you picking the Warriors in a situation?
I gotta
like
do
this?
it, man.
It's Erangel.
Literally,
no.
man. Yeah, I gotta. I know
win?
it's
How do
too
you expect
risky.
to win?
I know, but sometimes I like to play against the odds, man. I just can't help it. You know?
The
just
odds are completely stacked against you now.
Yeah, I just like to take a lot of risk on myself, you know? I don't know. That's just how I was built. I was built different.
Yeah, you are built different. Everyone who's met you is going to back me up on this. And you as well, since you are the one who brought it up now.
Oh, Johnny, I hate you sometimes. But again, the upcoming game's going to start soon. The plane fly path is set as well, and the players too, they are being loaded up inside the plane. But before that, let's have a little bit more talk about how things and situation are currently looking inside the top 5. Now, GSM, they were sitting on the 7th spot, of course, and getting that win is going to boast to them somewhere in the top 5 itself. So that might just give them a decent amount of confidence boost. But then you have other teams like A1 and B who are still waiting for their chance to shine through. Then you have other teams like Godlike Stalwart who are still on the latter half of the board. Deadeye's guys too, who are still all the way on the latter half. High Voltage, a lot of big names that are on the latter half of the board, and they are going to make a comeback happen no matter what.
Yeah. I mean, it's majority of the top 5 right now is sitting in the bottom 10, so A lot of weird things have been happening this week, but ladies and gentlemen, no worries. The game of Erangel is underway. We have the trajectory of the plane right in front of us right now, starting from the military island, headed towards the Georgia Pole area. So it is going to be from the, well, the center southern part of the map to the northwestern part, just right next to Zarki, between Zarki and shooting range. So the trajectory leaning heavily towards the western side. The eastern part, it's going to be quite difficult to reach Yasnaya. And I think there's only one team that's worried about that. That is Seal Esports. Let's see what they're going to be up to. DRS taking an early exit, looking to secure that Milta spot for themselves as soon as possible.
Exactly, as we do have the planned flat path, as you mentioned, all the way from the southern towards Zarki. Now, again, this planned flat path is sort of tilted on the left side, but I don't think so it's going to be that big of a deal for teams to try and make it towards their designated drop spots. Maybe Milta can be a little difficult to reach, and I am sort of speculating some sort of early collision here, but only time will tell if that's going to happen or not. DRS, of course, going all the way towards Northern Illinois because they realize Godlike Stalwart is not playing, so that's a good adjustment on the fly.
It is definitely a nice adjustment. Milta, you know, I was worried about that. The position just seemed a little too far away from there, but now let's see. Alrighty, the circle towards the southwestern part of the map. It might just end up going towards Gatka as well. It might as well just end towards Gatka as well in the early stages. Raw, I think, have to be extremely careful now and see what high voltage are going to do. There's so much water in this zone. And Elementrix are extremely close to TRZ, but TRZ, they managed to avoid them. Yeah.
Speak of managing to avoid right now, Elementrix, I mean, they're quite spread out near Fair here. That's how they like to drop. 1952 as well, next to the players of A1NB. VENOM Legends, though, is something I'm really worried about in between of the players of Skylightz Gaming and 1952 right now. They're trying to make a safer rotation out of that spot. They like to play near Milta Power. Again, this circle has definitely caught a lot of teams off guard, especially teams like T2K who like to drop all the way on the northern side. Then you have MABETEX as well, dropping all the way inside Zarki. Teams have tried to adjust on the fly, but I do really want to see if they are ready to rotate out of those spots as well. If they're accustomed, if they have practiced in their backlines, if they have practiced in the time they usually do play some scrims or not, in the places they have dropped, can they rotate out of those? And right now, DRS, they're having a 2-2 split. 2 players are inside Milta, and 2 players are all the way down south inside Nova Pnoy. And VENOM Legends is making a rotation near them. So there's a chance we might see a couple of shots, but I don't think so we're going to see any sort of knockouts or an early collision just yet.
I mean, it usually does happen, does go like that in the western circles on Erangel. There's a lot of open position for the players to work around with, because of which they usually do not tend to be keen on fighting each other. Let's see Dax on our screens. Have been having not an easy time, not a fun time in the game so far. Hopefully this time, since they will have a much easier time in the early stages of the game, they are able to survive till the very end. So no early rotations apart from the players of A1NB, who have already started to move towards the ferry pier quarry positions, which is under the control of Elementrix, by the way. So if A1NB push without checking, they're going to be running into a trap.
Speak of running into a trap, right now, it doesn't seem like any of the teams are pretty close to running into a trap. You did mention A1NB and Elementrix, but even if you do see, Orange is kind of running away from that entire place as well. So Orange, I don't think so he's interested in taking a fight against him. But A1NB, on the other hand, they are really committed to get a central spot inside the circle. And Johnny, if you remember, we've seen a similar type of circle in the past as well, where the circle in the end shifted all the way down south towards Primorsk, and it ended on the coastlines of Primorsk.
Yeah.
Or T2K won, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, T2K did win that game.
Yeah. Damn, my memory's sharp. I'm impressed.
What is this driving? What am I seeing right now?
That's what you call some rowdy driving, man.
Donuts, do some donuts. Let's go, Orange.
Johnny, it's money on the line, and you're asking them to do donuts? Are you kidding me?
Well, there's nothing else happening right now. It doesn't seem like these teams are going to fight each other for the next 5 more minutes. All right, as I say that, Gajor was about to shoot him.
Yeah, but probably he's not going to do so.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about the states of the team, though. A1 Esports, they're probably in a state where they have realized that the enemies who are right on the 16th spot in the overall league standings, they have gone a big boost in the points calculation because they won the previous game. Now, this is going to increase even more pressure on top of the players of A1 NB. And to try and deal with it, I don't have any sort of a secret formula, but the only way they can try and deal with it personally is just go guns blazing. Try and get elimination points, because even if you do just find yourself on the 16th spot, you will still always have that sword hanging on your throat that you might get eliminated anytime. So you do not want to have that on your throat. Instead, you always want to play for a little bit of cushion.
Well, let's see though. Bishal right now just trying his level best to see if he can at least connect a few shots on the opposition down below. The lads from the side of A1NB feeling quite comfortable indoors. The Mini 14 is going to be quite crucial at this range as well. Retaliation fire from Koa. Few shots connecting, but nothing to get too excited about. Also, it's going to be quite difficult for A1NB to actually go for an uphill fight in case the zone moves up north. So it's a gamble they took, rotating in this early, going for the low ground compounds, concrete cover. But the trade-off is exit options are limited.
Speak of the trade-off options right now, even IIT are closing up on all this chaos that's happening. MABETEX Esports on the edge lines. They are spotting a couple of teams that are trying to make a rotation. He wants the players of T2K, but they're somehow able to get away harms-free. And now MABETEX Esports, they will start rotating from the back as well. WIZZES club is there near the apartments area, but they haven't moved a muscle yet. They're still in there. Do not want to take any sort of risk just now because they know they are surrounded by a lot of teams. There can definitely be a safer route out, but right now the center of the circle is getting stacked up with a lot of teams. MABETEX Esports is on their way to find a better spot. T2K is right next to him. We might see some sort of collisions happen. Seal, Skylightz Gaming, VENOM Legends, DRS out in the blue, making a rotation from the right side, and there definitely has to be a collision there.
Well, let's see though. I mean, the possibility is going to be there. The team's extremely close to each other while moving. Doc from the side of the Warriors is trying to move towards Dante from the side of 1952. He's managed to move quite close to this gas station.
Oh, he's floating in the sky. I mean, air. Nice.
1952, I think the plan of action for them was to just block this military bridge. Oh,
I remember this circle, Johnny.
I think
If you
it's gonna
remember
go to the
too.
shorelines.
Do you remember this circle?
No.
You don't remember our esports?
No.
You don't remember anything?
No.
Damn, Johnny. I remember this exact circle in the past.
Really?
Once
From
I've
when?
casted. What?
From where?
You don't know that?
Which tournament?
I can't say that, man.
Then why are we talking about it?
Because why not? Because this... As we
Wow,
have
Nick.
DW in front of us
Wow.
in 1952. Still, though, we haven't seen a single body hit the deck yet. Not even a single man has fell down. The vehicle's on a move too. A huge wave of vehicles now it's starting to move in. I thought we might as well see a potential clash around the right side of the map, but we haven't seen that so far. Seal is on a run. Seal, they have a big 2-2 split, and it might just be cut off by the players of Skylightz Gaming because there are insanely a lot of teams all the way outside in the blue who are still tanking that damage. And imagine when they will make their way inside the circle, they're going to be way too late. They will have no sort of awareness of what exactly is going on inside the circle, and they're already burning through a lot of meds.
As soon as the car jumped, I just wanted to scream, do a backflip!
Yeah, the child inside you sometimes
Yeah.
just comes out.
Yep. Let's see. Still waiting for the action. I guess now it's time to just start screaming, fight, fight, fight! Split the players and the teams against each other. Look at that. Look at the wave that's moving from the eastern side towards the west. From ruins all the way towards the military bridge. High voltage seal, quite close to each other. VENOM Legends, it seems like, have a peace treaty with the players of Skylightz Gaming. Oh, no, they don't. They're moving and shooting at each other at the same time. So quite a stressful situation for both the teams. Gangster going for a spray on the lads of Skylightz Gaming, while Fragboy is just going to try and put him in a position that makes his job a little bit easier. VIZZES Club against MABETEX towards the northern edge of the zone.
Johnny, if you have a gangster scale, right?
Yeah.
And you need to rate yourself how much of a gangster you are, what would you rate yourself out of 10?
15.
Out of 10, you're going to rate
Yes.
15?
Yes, that's how big of a gangster I am.
That's cap. Biggest cap I've ever heard in my whole life. What are you talking about, man? I'm literally sitting right next to you. Forgot about me.
Yeah. I think I'd give you a 2.
Sure, buddy. But right now, we have MABETEX Esports taking a lot of shots in the front. Not able to find any connections, but definitely were able to suppress and shook that team away. MABETEX's position is compromised, but I don't think so there's any sort of threat just yet. The back lines is completely clear. MABETEX knows that exactly, but the circle takes a big shift, an extreme shift all the way down south, and now it's going to surprise all the teams in the lobby. Elementrix is the only team who's found themselves currently in the prime spot and also having a nice high ground to play with, but sometimes this high ground can also mean you can be the center of attraction, so Elementrix will need to find a way, or will need to figure out a way to play around it.
Let's see, though. As you mentioned, this southern shift, it was a massive, massive curveball that no one in the game expected. Does put TRZ in a very comfortable position there, since they have been holding the city of Primorsk for a while now. But look at that, T2K securing the first blood of the game, and in fact, it is going to be Rig who secured it for his team. What an important pickup as well. But high voltage in a world of hurt now, since they have lost Jiggle this early in the game. DRS, we saw their rotation as well. Oh, talking about high voltage, look at this Godless. He's desperately trying to run up on top of this ridge, just see who was in the vehicle that passed him by. Try and see if he can secure a few extra points for his team, but no, fails to do so. He's going to be forced to back off. And now he's looking for more options.
And speak about more options, there are soon going to be a lot of options available. We already do see the elimination feed just dancing as T2K and Seal, they're right against each other. Seal, they did find themselves in quite a tricky spot to be with, but this DBS might just flip things around, and we've seen this exact sort of clutch situations in the past too, where the man is completely down bad, but he still somehow rises from the ashes, and that's what exactly is happening. The one pump man strike once again as the entire team of T2K is on the verge of collapsing, but they somehow have managed to claw their way back inside the fight, and now is Zake to fall down, and Zake is going to be the last link to this entire battle that's currently happening, and Zake knows exactly he's getting surrounded by these players. Zake needs to find a way to try and take him down. DBS, of course, in close range is going to be the most deadly weapon currently available, and Zake wants to abuse it as much as possible, and he's just going to run around, finds one instantly, one more to go. T2K are about to get 1v4'd by Zake.
Well, let's see, last player left standing, and it is going to be Sandesh. Zake going for a Molotov. on the corner of the house, finishing off the players of T2K one by one. Sandesh now, he wants to duke it out, and now steps in front of the opposition, going for the third. Sandesh is gonna end it all. Zeke finally falls down. What a save.
Are you sure that was a save though?
Yeah.
I mean, his entire team just died.
Still worth it.
Yeah, I guess.
At least not everyone got destroyed by one player, right? Someone made it out.
Someone made it out, yeah. At least they didn't get 1v4'd. At least that was not a clean clip, you know? That could have been like a YouTube clip, man. But right now, DE Warriors, they're getting bombarded by Nate, as Nirzet is the only man in the front. Again, this sort of separation is seeming quite detrimental for them. They have a 3-1 split. But luckily, the backup fire is going to be quite strong, too. They're trying to suppress down the players of Skylightz Gaming, making sure they're not getting too confident or too comfy against Nirzet. But Nirzet is getting charged down by one player. And DE Warriors, they need to provide a cover fire as soon as possible. But Nirzet finally manages to shook him away. Skylightz Gaming realizing that rotation is going to be way much more important. Finding yourself in a better spot is way much more important.
Let's see there, East. He has to be extremely careful about this. Does see the players of Skylightz Gaming moving up north.
You want to know a fun fact?
Yep.
Seal Esports ended the first match in 16th spot and even the second match in 16th spot.
Ooh.
That's low-key. Let's make a hat trick.
Oh. Well, yeah, it's not going to be a hat trick. They're not going to be playing the next game.
Oh, man, the groups, as always, just breaking the link.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Breaking momentum.
Breaking the momentum, man. Breaking the bottom momentum.
Hey, consistency, right?
Consistent. Yeah, at least they were consistent. But T2K as well took quite an early exit from the game, so...
Yeah.
Again, both of those teams just got eliminated completely. They were not able to execute that flawlessly, but right now, 1952 against the players of VENOM Legends. And VENOM Legends, two players have already been taken down. 1952 so far. They're doing a great job of challenging this fight. Now it's all down to Frackboy in the back, who's trying to keep his position anonymous, who's trying to keep his identity hidden. But even IHC is now starting to wrap up. They've smelt this entire fight. They've heard all this commotion that's currently happening, and they want a little bit of piece of this cake as well. Frackboy's position compromised, and it's a matter of seconds. Well, Frackboy will be taken care of and eliminated from the lobby. VENOM Legends on the 14th spot out. Now IHC to deal with. 1952, the woes are going to keep on continuing. The bad fate continues for them as we have Raw in front of us. And Raw is trying to challenge a fight against the players of WIZZES Club. Or WIZZES Club, they are locked inside the basement. They've got him in a deadlock, Raw, but they have only 3 players up and alive for Slipknot is down way too low. He will not have the HP supporting him, but somehow WIZZES Club, they rise from the ashes, and they're trying to eliminate the entire existence of Raw. And they will.
Yeah, just a small little mistake from Slipknot, over-peeking the corner of the house. And as soon as he went down, that was the signal for WIZZES Club to go all in, commit everything to finishing off Raw, and they do succeed, they do prevail. But now 200 meters away from the zone, the 5th zone is going to dish out a lot of damage on these players, so they have to move towards the circle at this very moment. It's not going to be an easy rotation. Their path is being blocked by so many teams. So let's see how they make it through to the other side. You do see them on the western edge. It's going to be A1 blocking their way along with the players of MABETEX. And once they get inside the zone, they have to worry about T2K, who right now seem to be in the best possible situation. Look at Train to Kills right in the center of the zone. And I believe they have solid cover available as well.
Train to kill?
Sorry, TRZ.
I was like, wait, are my eyes... Because
yeah,
I just saw T2K.
I think I need to grab my glasses.
Yeah, wear swag glasses, man. But right now, DE Warriors up against the players of DRS. While the utilities are being exchanged from both the sides, Doc as well with tosses. One did catch a lot of damage on the enemy team, but East Nate's gonna find a perfection as he takes down Rules. Now the opening's already being found. It's up to them if they do want to capitalize it on or not. But A1 Esports, a complete squad wipe, a flawless squad wipe up against the players of WIZZES Club. Johnny, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I called it, right? Their path, WIZZES Club, it wasn't going to be an easy rotation, plus the pressure of the blue zone did force them to make hasty decisions, which, I mean, are never going to be good. And they just ran into A1 Esports, tried to go for a slam fight, got destroyed, and now we are just left with 8 teams and 30 players inside this lobby. Let's see how this game is going to go. The Warriors are doing pretty well for themselves, just being extremely cautious, sticking to the southern edge for so long. And I think it is because of the fact that they have to play from the military island. They knew the bridge was going to be blocked. They played for the late game, and here they are.
I see demo too. The buggy's smoking, man. I'm not sure how many bullets it's going to be able to tank. And yeah, finally they make the call to step away from that buggy. But Demo, you're way too close. If the buggy gets blown up, there's a big chance you might as well get blown up with it. But Dex on top is creating a lot of problems, and that's why the players of IHC are just paranoid that they might get picked on over by the players of Dax anytime soon. So IHC, they don't want to overextend this position way too much. They are comfy for now with the spot they found themselves in. The circle is definitely playing a lot of games with all these teams, but
yeah, Necro,
always...
you know what? I think you're going to get another prediction right.
Am I?
Yep.
Wait, which team I went with?
You went with D Warriors.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Damn, great. I was just boasting about my memory like a while ago, and then I just forget what team I predicted. It's funny.
But coming back to the conversation, I think the Warriors might just actually take this game. They have the best possible position, one of the best possible positions. They are on the southern edge of the zone, which is going to be a high ground, and all the opposition are going to be right in front of them, just laid out points for all theirs to take. And look at that, IHC just destroying the players of Dax. Feed still not stopping Skylightz Gaming. They're down to their last surviving player, Nima. He's just trying his level best to avoid the players of high voltage.
Skylightz Gaming. Nima is all by himself. And now finally the cavalry is here. Malik, unfortunately, just somehow tosses himself all the way. Jumps out of a moving vehicle. That's why, of course, the momentum is something that was against Malik. And he just straight up landed inside this little shack. But now another fight continues somewhere else as it's the players of Elementrix charging on top of the players of A1 and B. And it's an uphill fight for the players of Elementrix, but they're still somehow managing to pick the players of A1 and B apart. As one player's been taken down, Hitman's on the verge of collapsing down, and he exactly does. Now A1 Esports down to a 3-man squad. Still not impossible to try and defend this one.
Well, as you said, it's not going to be impossible to defend this position, but it's not going to be easy as well. Elementrix B-Shawl going for a nade right there. Does not seem to connect. The distance between the squads a little too much. Now he has closed it in. This one seems like it's going to be right on point, and there it is. Finds the opening his team needed. TRZ, one more player down. In the distance, we do see the Warriors clashing with the players of A1 and B. Oh, B-Shawl, he just runs right on top of the rocks, takes a few shots, destroying the players of TRZ. There's one right behind him, inside the smoke. They just completely missed the last player, and finally turning around and finishing him off. Whew.
How did that just happen? Might just be one of the biggest chokes. Yeah. Oh, that's going to hurt him. That's going to sting him a lot. TRZ, I mean, their run's already not looking that solid, but right now, let's not focus on the gone moment, as there's something happened currently, and DEW, they're getting picked off themselves. The trades have happened back and forth. It's a 2-2 trade right now, and a 2-on-2 situation as well. Both these teams can try and reset themselves back up, but is that really doable? DW really do want to get the down man confirmed, but Elementrix, they're also getting shot at in the back. No, it's a complete another team knocking on the doors, and DEW, look at them. They've started to wrap up from the other sides as well, and this is why you always need to love the thinking of the other teams and how they like to play around. East, of course, was the casualty there, but something DEW can definitely afford because right now they have a lot of positional advantage overall.
Top 3 teams on our screens, Elementrix, High Voltage, and D Warriors. As we have talked about, this D Warriors right now doing really well for themselves in this game. Highest win probability out of all the teams. High Voltage and Elementrix going up against each other is just going to make things a little bit easier for them. But Malik from the distance does find Doc and has to be extremely careful since Nirzet is going to be extremely close to him. It's a 3v3 situation between the two teams. Sneak extremely low right now. Oh, important pickup from Prabeen. The numbers swinging in the favor of High Voltage. Nades being lobbed on the players.
Oh,
Right next to them.
this is not good. This is not looking good. It's a 2-on-3. The res is being stuck on the down man. And High Voltage, they're being quite hesitant of peeking on the other side. He's still going for the res. The man is not back up yet. There's its position spotted. High Voltage might just make some decisions that might not be good for them in the future. And that's what it seems like. But no, they still somehow win that duel. And Johnny curses my prediction.
Hey man, I mean, honestly, I really thought the Warriors they were going to take this game. I really did. But that last move from the lads of High Voltage, they just went all in, just screaming
Not
on the
even
top
caring,
of their
yeah.
lungs. Leroy Jenkins and charging forward towards the players of the Warriors. And they come out on top. Wow.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Dude, DEW should have won that one, but they still somehow were not able to. I would say it's just the over-aggression, of course, the overstepping inside those fights. And this is what we were speaking about, right? The good fights and bad fights, and that one was definitely not a way to take that one. It did seem like a bad fight, considering the fact that DEW literally had all the cover and all the advantage possible. Even they had the circle favoring them. They could have tried to play this fight in so many different ways if possible.
I mean, definitely. And also the fact that up until a few moments before going for the Warriors, High Voltage were completely tunnel vision towards taking on the players of Elementrix and finishing them off. So there was an opportunity for the Warriors to, like a small little bit of a gap right there that they could have exploited and just dwindle the numbers of High Voltage down even further. But we'll discuss this game even more, ladies and gentlemen, after this very short break. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny John Necro alongside with me, like always, ladies and gentlemen, and 2 games of our matches today, of our scheduled matches today, are done. We saw the first Sanhok quite slow. The Erangel as well, even though the circle was forcing the teams to be as aggressive as they could be or as aggressive as they want to be, but it seems like everyone wants to just utilize that extra bit of caution and just be extremely careful running into those fights. But that does prove quite helpful if you are the players of High Voltage, because out of nowhere, just stealing the game away from the Warriors.
Yeah, as you said, it might as well be quite helpful, and this is what High Voltage is known for, right? a safer start, and that's what they exactly did. Playing tactical, playing a lot much more safer, of course, but that did not affect their elimination count no matter what. In the end, in the final moments, High Voltage realized it's time to go all guns blazing, and that's what they exactly did. They were third-partying a lot of fights. They were trying to be in part of a lot of fights, and that's what really did work out for them pretty well. DEW, though, still, I would say, a little bit is overstepped from their side, considering they had all the final circle, and they had a lot of free space to play with.
Well, let's see. They have to be consistent along with this, though. Player focus on our screens now. And following up Praveen, we do see Demo from IHC on the second position. 7 eliminations secured by the lad. Quite impressive as well. But then there are the 3 players from the crew of DE Warriors. We have Mirzed, East, and Doc. Combined total of 10 eliminations between the 3. And again, this was supposed to be their game. This was their win, and there was a heist.
I should get half point for that.
No, you get nothing.
I should get it, though.
No.
I mean, anyone could agree on that. Come on. They were about to win it anyways, so technically my prediction was right. But anyways, as we have IC2, Demo with 7 elimination points. We saw Demo pull off a nice 1v4 too. So, of course, I mean, Demo, this is what he's really known for. But as I've mentioned in the past as well, considering the fact that now Demo is playing under the IHC banner, it seems like he's playing a little bit more suppressed down. He's playing like a support role. And which is, of course, not bad. Demo is now playing a little bit from the backlines. Well, if you compare how Demo used to play in Seal, he was more kind of like the frontliners. He was more kind of like the player who was being quite aggressive. But in IHC, he needs to keep himself tucked down.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to those to see if there are going to be position swaps in IHC as well, because they have multiple options for
they did
people
actually
to aggress. Yeah,
if you remember.
Mean, it is. Yeah. No, inside of the game, just with the same lineup, you do just send different players up front to try and engage in on a fight.
Oh,
or just all 4 players charging forward, maybe.
Because like a day before yesterday, if you remember, Sanchir was playing, right? And we definitely saw a little bit of struggle from the side of Sanchir, and not just Sanchir. The entire team seemed like they were quite struggling, right? The link, it seemed like it was broken. Even though IHC, I mean, of course, inside this PMPL, they haven't really had that many pop-off moments, but Sanchir coming inside the team, he was putting in the frag numbers, don't get me wrong. His individual performance was definitely good. But if you do speak of that link being broken, it did feel that sort of a thing.
Well, but I guess there are going to be opportunities for the teams in the future. And when their moment presents itself, all they have to do is seize it. Unlike the players from DE Warriors who missed out on it in this particular game. And along with losing a few key points are going to be the reason now Necro is going to be stuck on the count of 8 in terms of prediction. I'm going to make you remember that.
At least still one ahead. I'm still 1 ahead. All right?
Yeah, but
we're still 1 ahead.
We're both behind Rushme, I think. We're still losing to Rushme.
Yeah, that just blows, man. It's okay. It's okay. We'll make a comeback. You remember?
What if we just put our numbers together? Then I think we are going to be unbeatable.
That cannot happen, though.
Our total tally is going to be 15 correct predictions.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. If we could, that would be kind of cool, right? But we cannot. Unfortunately, we, of course, cannot make the prediction just total up. But what can happen is definitely me making a comeback, maybe inside the grand finals, and that can be a completely new thing because that has happened once in the past, and I've done it. I've made it happen. With that being said, Oppo moments, and this is where things got way too shaky, and almost 1v4 where the player was so low, if it was Zake, if I'm not wrong, and Zake almost 1v4'd them. While he only had a sliver of HP available, he took down 2 players with the DBS, and that's impressive.
And then there was this. You see a man clutch out a 1v4, and then a few moments later, you see another man just completely missing the fact that there is the enemy sitting right next to him.
Yeah, that turnaround, there was a whole nother turnaround right there. Just turns around and slaps him down. And then this moment right here from the side of High Voltage, just completely pedal to the metal. They've realized that the players of DEW are now completely shaken. There's no way they can try and fight back, and they instantly just press on it. As we do see the damage graph in front of us, even though the players of High Voltage won that game, they do have a lot of elimination points, but the conversion rate from them is pretty good too. On the other hand, DEW, they have a lot of damage number, but the conversion rate is looking kind of iffy.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't really able to pick up a lot of eliminations from this game, but they were being forced in situations where they literally had just one option, fight it out. If you remember the early stages against the players of 1952 towards the military bridge, then there was the side of Elementrix as well that they were trying to take on when they were trying to cross the road, just come down from the slope and move to the final few closing moments of the game. So again, playing from that southern edge was a little bit risky. They went on to destroy the players of TRZ as well a few moments later in the game. So it was a risky decision, but they knew exactly what they were doing. Had they just rotated early and tried to play from the northern side of the map, it was an uncharted territory for them, and that would have been a lot more difficult. So D Warriors, kudos to them. A well thought out approach to this game, but just kind of unlucky, unable to close out. And High Voltage also definitely played it really, really nicely. But ladies and gentlemen, the next game in line is going to be another map of Erangel. And this time, as we mentioned, Group C is going to be the group that will sit out the action. So High Voltage, MABETEX, DAX, and Seal Esports are not going to be there. Although Group D is going to be returning to the party, so Deadeye Guys, Godlike Stalwart, Gremlin Storm, and Giant Mara are going to be joining the action.
I mean, here you go, man. Groups, again, those switch-ups, and luckily Seal, they won't have a hat-trick, you know, so they will not be ending things on the 16th spot anymore because Group C, as Johnny mentioned, is going to be sitting it out. That means even High Voltage's momentum is going to be stopped because they just won that chicken dinner. This means this gives another chance to teams like DE Warriors once again to try and climb their way back up. I mean, they have had a solid game, and that should boost them somewhere near top 5. I'm not sure if that has got them inside the top 5 or not, but now I'm still waiting for teams like TRZ to show up to the occasion. I'm still waiting for IT to show up, and I'm still waiting for Godlike Stalwart because they are just deactivated. Someone needs to wake him up, man. Right now, they're just chilling probably in their beds, relaxing. I don't know what exactly is going on with them, but yeah, right now they've definitely been deactivated.
And it kind of just gives me nightmares of when Zeus Esports was going through their downfall. I mean, and they still haven't recovered, to be very honest, because we haven't seen the same level of domination till now. The name has changed. They are IHC Esports now, but the era of what Zeus used to be, it was different. Kind of similar
nostalgic.
to what it's nostalgic. Kind of similar to what Astra Academy era was when Astra Academy got introduced, but they kept it going. They kept it going for so long that we all start to believe in them. And I guess I'm going to believe in them one more time, so I'm going to predict Godlike Stalwart as my prediction for the next game.
But I thought you were going to say IHC because you were speaking about Zeus.
No.
Okay, interesting.
Just trying
so you're just
to
going to turn your backs on them.
Comparison, yeah.
Okay, so you're basically trying to be friends with two opposing parties.
No, just
at the same time.
It was just a point of comparison.
All right, buddy. You know what? You know whose era it is, though? It's DEW's era. You know, DEW now is one of those teams that is currently underdogs, and also they have came through and just destroyed and obliterated anyone. But you thought I'm gonna go with DEW. I'm not. Though.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with IHC. I'm gonna go with IHC. Let's see, man. Godlike Stalwart and IHC are the predictions over here, and we'll find out in matter of minutes, or in matter of minutes, which one's gonna be coming through victorious. Because IHC, I'm not gonna lie, I'm worried for them. And Godlike Stalwart in this week, oh man, I don't know if this is planned or something, but things are not looking great.
I mean, and here's the thing, right? That we say that we are worried for Godlike Stalwart based on this week's performance. IHC, I mean, we are used to seeing this team compete for the top 2, the top 3, nothing below that. This time they're struggling to make it to the top 5 consistently. So it is a worrisome situation, and hopefully this last week goes by very smoothly for them. We see them move on to the finals, and that's when we see the clash of the Titans happening again. But it is very difficult to have favorites in a lobby like this. I mean, I definitely can't really have a favorite in a lobby like this. Every team is so strong. Each of them has their own strengths, has their own weaknesses. They all have unique and different play styles. Their players, the athletes that are performing, they all have a very unique personality and an aura about themselves. So it's just about the fact that sometimes, as we saw in the previous game quite clearly as well, sometimes even the smallest things can take the games away from you.
Exactly, they can. But You said, yeah, it's really perfectly said by you. It's really tough to have any sort of favorites in these lobbies because every single game you see that one team who just ends up surprising you and you're like, oh, I did not expect that. Because that just means every single team and every single player is equally skilled. It just comes down to the team synergy and how well you're able to gel up because this is a team game at the end of the day.
Definitely, and well, the trajectory of the plane this time quite contrary to the previous one. Last time we saw it stick to the western side of the map. This time it is going east to the northwest. But this trajectory, it is going to allow the teams to even drop towards the military island. And in Mentrix, we do see them taking an exit early as well. I think they're just going to try and pick up a few vehicles, move towards the ferry area in a few short moments. But quite a standard plane path. Now, the only thing that can make this game a little bit more interesting is the zone. Where is this first circle going to go?
I guess a question that I'm trying to find an answer myself to.
I think everyone
because the plane flight path, again, it is sort of one-sided completely, right? Not really favoring the southern side anymore. So I want to see where half the players of DEW dropped. And they're going towards Kotka. So this is an interesting switch-up. What do you think?
Ooh. I think it's going to be fun, this game, because now you have the Yasnaya farms to worry about. It's quite an exposed area. Majority of the teams have landed towards the northern positions of the map, including the lads from TRZ. So it's not going to be easy to survive those late rotations if teams are planning to go for them. And I want to see if anyone decides to play from the Stalber Hill as well, because that's going to be interesting. But there's the first blood right there. WIZZES Club finding the opening and taking down one of the players from the side of IHC. Sanchir is going to be knocked out and finished off as well.
Oh, Sanchir. Oh, man, IHC, they just seem so disconnected. They just seem so out of sync. Already kicking things off with the three-man squad. If you ask me, it's not impossible to win a game with a three-man squad, but it's just going to make things even more difficult. The strategies that you've planned with a four-man, you will now need to try and execute it with a three-man squad. And on the other side, you also do see the players of DEW getting picked off. Quite a lot of early action. Even Gremling Storm up against the players of Raw. And this action so far continues as Raw, they're just continuing to pick apart the players of DEW, and they're falling prey to this pump shotgun.
Well, the DBS as deadly as always, and the Warriors, I think, now in an almost panic situation. Not going to be easy for them to make it to the late game stages. Two players left, Nirzad and Sneak. And Sneak, he's going to try and run away, has the VSS on him. Quite a perfect weapon to retaliate from this range as well, but he has to be extremely careful because the other player is going to be armed with an M16. Ooh, missing those shots. A few do connect, but not enough damage to secure a knock.
Still trying to duke it out. But Sneaks is on a run. Does not want to take a battle up against him. Has a VSS in the hand too, but before going, just wants to make the game a little bit difficult for him. But Liquid from the side of Raw too is closing up from the back as Sneaks aware of that fact. Even Raw, they've got a casualty. But Sneaks, it seems like he knows that he's closing up from the back, but what a spot. Somehow, Liquid just has some eagle eyes, spots out Sneaks. Sneaks does not expect him, just wrapping up from the back lines, and that's going to be easy cleanup. DEW, the most unexpected things happen. And this is what I was literally saying at the start of this game, Johnny. Remember? It's so hard to pick favorites because sometimes these teams just...
What are they doing?
...do something completely different. Okay, this is just BM.
This is BM.
This is called bullying at its finest.
Not gonna let him live, not gonna let him die in peace.
Oh, boy.
They're just parading him around.
Oh, boy. Oh, man.
And
they finally.
Yeah, you get to see a lot of interesting things these days.
Yeah, we're loving it. Early game content, PUBGM.
But that has to be tilting, man. That has to send, I guess the
Either tilting or funny. It really does depend on the player's personality, right?
yeah,
And
true.
what sort of a player he is. So
That would be tilted.
if there's a player who's completely like super competitive and who is you know, who gets tilted over small stuff, then that's going to be something that's definitely going to be so rage-inducing for that man. But if there's someone who just like likes to have fun, having a great time, who's not that toxic, then things can be completely different.
Yeah.
And me personally, I'm a toxic player, and Johnny knows it. I'm not even going to deny that.
I think majority of the competitive players, once there are $150,000 on the line, you will become a little bit toxic. There's a lot
little
of money on
salty.
the line. There is a lot of money on the line right now.
Yep, a little saltiness is, I would say, toxicness and saltiness. It's kind of that's what kind of spices things up as well. That's what kind of makes it even more fun. Don't you think so?
I mean, maybe.
Like the competitive nature amongst the players, you know?
Sometimes they do go hand in hand, but it also sort of depends on the stakes. I mean,
Yeah,
it definitely does depend on the stake, because like in a tournament where you know the prize money is not that much, you won't get triggered at situations easily. But imagine $1 million on the line, like
Who
that
doesn't love a
is.
drama?
Well, yeah, I don't
Call
really.
fixes.
Why?
But right now, we have 1952s just peppering down shots. At this point in time, of course, today's day has been a pretty slow-paced day too. And we had a conversation about this in the pregame segment, saying that today's day is going to be quite crucial for the latter half of the board, and this is what exactly is happening. Teams are now realizing they're getting finally a wake-up call, and they're trying to play as safely, as cautious as possible, trying to get those elimination points wrapped up as well, making sure they're not getting eliminated from the game early off. For some teams, it's working. For some teams, of course, it's not. But we are probably going to see some comebacks happen.
We are going to be hopeful about seeing comebacks. Look at this, DRS, Killer YT running up the mountain. While Delta just sits here and chills. I'm still quite curious. So, as you brought up the stat of Sealy Sport finishing dead last in 2 games in a row, DE Warriors, in the previous Erangel, they did really well, but the first game wasn't theirs. They lost 3 players as soon as the game started, and in this Erangel, the same thing has happened.
Every single team is just waiting for the next circle to shift and just show its true intentions. But right now, yep, it's just going to center on Oven, still keeping that mysterious aura. But now teams should have gotten a little bit of gist that there's a big chance the circle might just shift towards the open fields of Yasnaya.
Yeah.
So you might as well start getting prepared for a better spot in there. But the teams that are still making that late rotation happen, for example, DW Nirzed is all the way down south. He was the lonesome survivor of that entire battle that just broke through. Then you have Raw as well on the left lines, who are still making quite a late rotation. Even I'd see they're opting out for a late rotation. I'm not sure if this is going to work out for them in the longer run inside this game, but let's hope for the best. MG3 on the airdrop 1, where No Fear is going to get his hands on it, and John Mara, they've been on a tear inside this week 3.
Well, let's see how much value can No Fear get out of this pickup. 10 minutes in, still all 16 teams, 59 players surviving in this game. A massive swarm towards these open Yasnaya fields. And usually you don't expect it to be this peaceful, but it is for some reason. We do see Elementrix losing out on one of their lads. Mid-rotation fights are always going to be quite tricky, but two teams in particular just going for a late rotation. Raw just moving in from Gatka right now, and then you have WIZZES Club who are rotating from the northern part of the map. Nirzed, he does not really have an option. He's all alone, so he's going to be playing the late game scenario, the late rotation scenario. Just trying, surviving edge to edge, just playing along with the blue till the third zone, and then sticking to the edge of the safe zone. But look at this, Precious going for a spray on Godless in that buggy, and Godless manages to avoid the clip. Let's see, they're moving forward in this game. Lads from IHC still managing to stay alive. Three-man roster still left. They lost their first player as soon as the game started, but have managed to hold it together till now. Just being extremely cautious, and a good decision to stop at these compounds, because right across are the players of Deadeye's guys waiting for anyone to just present themselves. And the blue zone is closed in. We have the next circle, and it is towards Yasnayan Mansion. So just slight westward, eastward shift, just very slightly. I would say it's been a while since we've seen a circle at Mansion. Oh, TRZ quite exposed as well, out in the open, shot after shot, clip after clip, being committed by the players of Godlike. Stalwart almost securing a knock top. He's still going for it, switching over to the Mini 14, is going to shoot the players right underneath the car, finds the opening knock as Mad Cat is going to be down, but from the flanks the shots come in, and in fact from the rear. Just a blessing in disguise for the players of TRZ. It's not going to stop him. He still takes those points. Oh, he gets one. The other one goes to the players of VENOM Legends.
Still just tapping away. He's not stopping. Top has also caught a little bit of bullets on himself, but it's not going to be that big of a deal that he can just patch himself up. But right now, Godlike Stalwart, look at the aggression there shown. Pika in the front, just scouting it out, while Top is in the back, providing that cover fire from the Mini. They managed to pick off those players, but that's all they could find. 55 players in total and 16 teams alive. We haven't seen a single team getting eliminated yet, but we have seen some handicaps, of course. VENOM Legends with a 4-man squad right around the prison. They're just gathered around. But as the circle keeps on shifting away from these players, they're right on the edge on the southern side. Not sure how safe or how good of a position this can be for them in the future, but right now it's decent. They can rely on it for sure, but the future grounds, but the open grounds in the front is neither to be messed around with, because of course Godlike Stalwart, they have their eyes just pinned down on those open grounds.
Well, let's see though. A1 and B on our screens now. Playing from the southeastern edge of the zone. Not really daring to step out on the open fields. Using a little bit of extra caution to their advantage. And since they have a pretty decent position inside of the zone, I think whatever cover they find can actually work out for them. The circle itself is going to force these teams to just start fighting against each other right now. Look at that. Gremlin Storm Dictator knocked out. And I believe he's going to get finished off soon, as well as the players from the Warriors are just swarming around the players of GSM. Should be an easy finish to pick up as well.
DRS all the way in the southern side too. VENOM Legends as well in the front. Nearzed has managed to somehow close on up on those players. Deadeye's guys over here. And so far, again, the action is kind of suppressed down. Elementrix do show themselves up in the kill feed against the players of 1952. The eliminations are happening back and forth. In 1952, apparently, they found themselves in a bit of a pickly spot to be in. They're getting picked off from both the sides, getting shot at even from the back and even from the front. Of course, will not feel good to be in their shoes. And with that being said, you blink it, and 1952 is eliminated already from the game. VENOM Legends in the front as well. It seems like now, even for them, the problems are continuing. DRS, they're just pouncing on top of these teams as if it's nothing.
Let's see how far can they take this though. The Warriors right across from the players of DRS. DRS in the meanwhile are distracted by the players of VENOM Legends. They have to be extremely careful. Susan is going to be spotted out in the open. Nearzed going for a spray. Does dish out a little bit of damage, but not enough to secure an opening for his team. Could actually just make things easier for DRS.
Speak of securing the openings right now, Deadeye's guys. Even they are in a bit of a trouble. Skylightz Gaming approaching this compound where the players of John Mara have found a little footing for themselves, but no fear. With a nice off angle, he's fine to manage the opening. And now he's also going to try to get the confirmation flowing. Wadu steps inside an unknown territory, but he still turns around and slaps the man down. As now John Mara, it seems like they themselves are also crumbling down because Wadu has went down as well. But AJ comes in from the back, finds another one too, trying to keep the breath of Skylightz Gaming going so far inside the game. John Mara do have lost out on those two players, but AJ now will finally go for the res. Sticks it on the player, Skylightz Gaming. They somehow have two players up and alive. But look at how patiently the second player is waiting too. Mafia Ninja is around the corner. He's waiting for No Fear to just step outside and try and make it towards his teammate. AJ's job is done. He's got the res on the fallen player. Now the wall of death is starting to close in. And this one is going to hurt quite a lot, so you cannot mess around in this one. You've got to be quick on your feet. So you've got to find the beat on the timing on this wall. And that's what No Fear is trying to do. But also making sure he's not giving away a lot of sound cues doing so. Just punch boosting his way around. AJ's right underneath, but he's already heard the buggy, so No Fear knows there's one man right underneath him. And there's a chance he might just pick him off. Mr. Bora is barely surviving on a sliver of health, and he will stop around too, but No Fear's position compromised. He's catching a bit of bullets. The bullet connected right on his pan. It's the players of T2K.
So lucky over there, otherwise he would have been in world of hurt. The last surviving player for his team. Not a lot of options remaining. On the other side, same can be said for Nearzed, who's still being quite aggressive. But look at this, DRS. Rules trying in fact to take on the player of VENOM Legends. Us run on the first floor of the Watchtower. On the other side, Janmar are forced to take an exit from this game, down to 11 teams, 32 players surviving, and Susan versus Delta. Even this fight is going to happen. Rules, he has to be extremely careful. He needs to be the one providing the cover fire for his teammate Delta. DRS, they have already lost quite a lot of numbers, just the last two players remaining against the three from the side of VENOM Legends. T2K against TRZ as well. Another interesting fight.
IT is still outside the circle, but again, the open grounds is just going to make things so tough. The terrains are going to be so hard to navigate. Godlike Stalwart is finally on a move too. With a 2-2 split, they have found themselves in Elementrix. There's only orange inside the circle. And we might see a fight happen there as well. T2K, too, getting themselves engaged in a fight. And finally, the fight breaks down. Godlike Stalwart up against the players of Elementrix as they've found the opening. And now T2K and VEZZES Club. This battle keeps on going itself, too. 2 players alive from the side of VEZZES Club as they're getting pounced on by the players of T2K, but a nice spray. Good tracking from the side of Octopus. He somehow managed to keep himself alive. He's taken down 3 players. He's done his job. Now it's all up to Slayer to try and dismantle this team.
Let's see how far can they take this though. WIZZES Club Slayer. Oh, from the distance stop. Just managing to hit that impressive shot. Does manage to take down the opposition. WIZZES Club getting shown the exit. Nirzed, look at him. The last player from the side of the Warriors still a part of the action, and he makes it to top 7. Wow, this is something else. But look at that. Godlike Stalwart against IHC. They get a few pickups from there. They are taking on the players of Elementrix as well. And I think Necro, whatever was going on with Godlike Stalwart, it is over. They have 10 eliminations in this game already. All 4 players still surviving. Looking very strong, this team.
They definitely have wrapped up a lot of elimination points, but IT too get eliminated on the 6th spot. A1 Esports is still up and alive too with all the 4 players, and they're probably going to be the biggest thorn in their way to try and secure this chicken dinner. The next circle centers on up even more. Still a lot of ground where there's not a lot of cover available. The vehicles as well are being utilized for the only piece of cover, but soon they're also going to run out of those vehicles to play around with. And it's about to be an absolute hell break loose. Laser's back's being spotted. He's catching the bullets in the back. Bullets are just being peppered and showered all across the board. Bodies are dropping down as well as A1 Esports. 1 player's being knocked out. The rest 3 are still up though. And they will probably try to get the res on up. But Godlike Stalwart, as aggressive they like to be. Again, being aggressive inside this situation. Trying to get in a fight against the players of A1 Esports, but A1 Esports, they're just able to deny this push as Pika goes down, and that's a massive knockout as well. That's the IGL down.
Oh, important pick for the team, but look at this, A1 NB Sinister is also knocked out in the open, and Godlike Stalwart, they're not going to stop anytime soon. Top is trying to finish off whatever's left from VENOM Legends, as Laser has been knocked out, and with the mini, he's just trying to secure that point. Pika, wonder if it is going to be possible for Godlike Stalwart to bring him back, but Hitman! Oh my goodness, just ran into the bullets of Action. And Action, he hardly misses an opportunity like that. 14 eliminations on Godlike Stalwart already, and we are in the top 3, ladies and gentlemen. DRS, just 2 players remaining. DE Warriors, Nirzed, he is still here. They lost 3 players very early in the game. And this man, he has stayed alive this entire time all by himself. What an amazing performance by Nirzed.
The power of camping. The power of playing it passive.
I think he's been just taking fights all alone. Might not have all those.
Oh, now he's getting picked off and finally spotted. That's going to be it. The final man down and dusted. But yeah, he was keeping his head down the whole time. He was just crawling inside the grass, making sure he was not being spotted, playing it really safe as well. And I think so he's done a great job in carrying the entire burden on his shoulder too. Somehow managed to sneak inside the top 3. But now it's down to the top 2 teams alive. DRS up against the players of Godlike Esports. And how are Godlike Stalwart going to try to fight this one back again? Both of those players have a really nice split, so even they cannot be taken down by 1 nade. The split is working pretty fine. They're trying to set up a crossfire, but there's way too many nades to try and dodge. Nades are going to be all over the place, and Delta falls down eventually. Now it's Rules in the back to try and pull something off. Maybe a miraculous clutch to show with, but that seems next to impossible too. The nades are just way too many. He cannot dodge him. Rules is taking down a sliver of health, and that's going to be it. Godlike Stalwart taking this chicken dinner home.
Well, what an amazing win. 16 eliminations, 31 points secured, and as we have been talking about them, that their performance, it's not the same team that we've been witnessing this entire time. They make a comeback, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, nice game, well played, especially considering they came all the way from nowhere up north.
Godlike Stalwart, yeah, you mentioned the rotation all the way from the nowhere up north side. With 31 points and 16 eliminations, this is the power of Godlike Stalwart. If they are down in the overall rankings, it's not going to matter. One single strike should just break down the entire overall rankings and should change the entire look of it. And that's what they've exactly done.
Exactly. It was an impressive performance. Godlike Stalwart played really well, and the best part is that in the same game, DRS also managed to finish in the top 2. That means the difference that DRS have garnered for themselves with the consistent performances of day 1, day 2, they're going to keep it in their favor for now at least. But for ladies and gentlemen, we're going to also take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, what an amazing comeback from the players of Godlike Stalwart. Usually, as we do talk about this team, it is all about momentum. It is all about having a great day in its entirety, from the first game to the last game. But for the last few days, we have seen this team struggle so much to secure even few points in these matches, and all of a sudden they show up like this. 7 eliminations from one man top alone with 1,036 damage dished out. Wow.
I mean, what else do you expect from top, right? It's either top or action all the time. If there is a good game from the side of Godlike Stalwart, you will always see either top or action, one of these players in those elimination leaderboards, no matter what. But this time he's got 1,036 damage dealt with a survival time of 23-22. And he also haven't healed himself that much, Johnny. Only 76 healing done.
Yeah. I mean, talk about a one-sided action, right? I mean, it was like he was invisible to the opposition. No one could see him, but he could see everyone. And it was very easy for him to take them down as well. But he's only going to be followed by his own teammate, Action, right there on the second position with 4 eliminations and 544 damage dished out. We do see Rig and Rules make the list as well. And then on the 5th position, we finally have Godless from the side of IHC. Might only have 2 eliminations, but 642 damage dished out.
Exactly, but they still have 2 more games to go, Johnny, and that means if Godlike Stalwart, they keep this momentum going, even in those 2 games, I mean, they will probably be the throne conquerors once again.
Maybe. You never know what's going to happen and how these lads do want to play out their matches. But now, I think the best part is that only 2 more matches remain, and both of them are going to be played on Miramar. Godlike Stalwart, since they have started to build their momentum on this particular angle, that will mean that they're going to be looking quite solid on their favorite map.
Oh, yeah. And speak of being solid, even WIZZES Club, it seems like today they are really trying their best to just show themselves up and try and get that spotlight. You do see the highest healing done from the side of Kuwait YT there. WIZZES Club were getting engaged in a lot of fights, but they were struggling in the majority of those fights too. Again, the similar sort of outcome as expected, but WIZZES Club, hopefully the upcoming games for you guys are not going to be as tough as the game you guys have this time. But Godlike Stalwart, with nonetheless, they have got the win with 16 elimination points and 15 placement points. That's going to leave them 31 total points. Even DEW, they still somehow managed to slowly and steadily just sneak inside the top 3 and secure those 11 placement points.
Well, it was an impressive run. The 11 placement point as well, quite important, and especially all because of one man. These 11 points are all because of one man, Nirzed, with how he managed to survive for so long in such a brutal zone as well. A1NB walking away with 10 points. T2K, I think the aggression is always going to be there from this team, even securing 7 eliminations. They only had 1 placement point in this match, but those 7 eliminations do make their total tally go up to 8. So it was quite interesting to see the kind of mindset different teams were walking around with in this particular game, because in open circles there are teams like the Warriors who I'm pretty sure had they had all 4 players, they would have just charged upon anyone they saw and try to pick up as many fights as they wanted. Then there are other teams who would like to just protect themselves. Teams like VENOM Legends, who were so keen on hiding that they completely forgot about the fact that, all right, the other lads are going to be quite aggressive once the zone moves away from them. Yeah. We're going to have to try and take this
fight. This is just dirty. The players of DW just getting picked up by the pump shotgun. And it just 2 players were taken down by that one single man right there in that vicinity. And we were talking about how the plant flat path has really forced him to try and adjust on the fly. But that adjustment did not work out for them.
Yeah, definitely did not work out. But I guess after the initial impact of what happened to the players of the Warriors, Nirzed just try-harding, getting those points for his team, it was very amazing. And then the entire run of basically godlike Stalwart, I think, was very amazing to watch as well. They just dominated the entire game. It was a completely one-sided match. Look at that. 2271 damage just dealt by the team, 16 eliminations, and the second highest number in the lobby is 7. That is by T2K, and they got taken out so early in the game.
Yeah, I mean, godlike Stalwart were just able to steal that major chunk of those elimination points. And the highest damage number is too only 1650. And that's also being done by the players of T2K. So this is crazy numbers coming in, put up by the players godlike Stalwart. And look at the leap. 7 positions leap in the overall rankings. That is impressive.
Well, that is definitely quite impressive right there. And I don't think they're just going to stop anytime soon. I think their intentions look pretty clear now. They want to take the throne back. They want to climb up the rankings. They want those bonus points before they head to the finals. And up until now, we were just getting pranked, apparently, by the players of godlike Stalwart. But let's see. 2 more matches left in the day. And if they fail to perform, then the drop is going to be as drastic as the climb.
Speak of the drop, I mean, a lot of teams have dropped down too. Look at this. TRZ continues to drop down. You have Dax too, continuing dropping down. VENOM Legends, a little bit of leap from their side too, 3 position leap, but is that enough? I would say absolutely not, considering you only have 2 more games to go, and both of those games are going to be played on Miramar, where VENOM Legends, I mean, they have gone to chicken dinner once in the past, but I would still say that's a map they struggle a lot with.
Well, I mean, yeah, it is a tough situation for them, but still, I mean, opportunity is going to be there. It's Miramar, right? So that means a majority of the time the early game is going to be a little bit quiet. You will have time to go for your comfort loot and time to regroup with your teammates. It's the rotations that become tricky in this particular map. But let's see how this game is going to go, although the next thing I believe in line has to be predictions, Necro. And I guess what? Now we are tied again.
Oh, it's okay. Right here, my prediction right here is going to equalize it all. It's going to bring it back
equalized
on the lead.
right now.
No, it's my equal. For me, the equal score is me 1 step ahead of you. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
So, for me, that's going to be the equalizer. And for me, this prediction right here, it's going to be absolutely game changing, man. And you know what I'm going to go with?
Yeah.
You want to know?
Alrighty.
Make a guess. I'm going to go with
Godlike Stalwart.
DRS.
Oh, you're going with DRS.
Yep. This right here is the prediction of the entire century. Just take a risk, write it down. DRS are going to win this game.
Alrighty. I'm going to follow the trend. DE Warriors, first game, they performed very poorly. Then game 2, they did really well. Game 3, the start was horrible, but then they improved upon themselves. So game 4, my expectation is a win. And it is also their last game of the day. So DE Warriors is going to be my pick.
Okay, let's see how things are going to be panning out here, because hopefully none of our teams get eliminated right off the bat, though.
hopefully.
Imagine if DRS gets eliminated instantly inside the lobby. All the stuff I just said is, I'm going to memed around.
I don't think that's going to happen. I think DRS, they do every single time manage to stay alive in Miramar. Same goes for DE Warriors. These two teams I don't think they fight in this particular match. Yeah. It's just Raw that I'm worried about, because all of a sudden we have seen them do a lot of weird things in this particular map. And apart from that, it's just the entire El Pozo cluster that usually goes for all the weird plays. But again, 2 Miramars back-to-back. I think the players are going to be just waiting for this the entire day. The Sanhok, it turned out everyone just wanted to play it safe. Erangel, the heat started to get a little bit more intense. Things got heated up. The aggression went up as well. The previous Erangel teams just decided to go YOLO, especially the team of Godlike Stalwart. But now with 2 Miramars back-to-back lined up, even if you fail to perform in one, if you have a decent finish in one, the next one maybe you can capitalize on. Especially this holds true, I think, for the Mongolian teams, and also for teams like Skylightz Gaming and DRS. Janmar is in this mix as well, by the way. My apologies.
Yeah.
These teams have this tendency of just, if you ever give them breathing room, they are just going to punch you in your guts and just make you choke. You give them a little bit of space and they're just going to destroy you. What Janmar has been doing this particular week. DRS also have been very consistent in their results. Now, it is up to Godlike Stalwart, because of their inconsistent run during the first 2 days of this week, they have gotten left behind. And the deficit that they are trying to cover up for, it's only going to happen if they perform, if they do what they did in the previous match, but they do it for the next 2 games as well.
I mean, you were speaking about deficit, and as you also mentioned this perfectly, saying that DRS is not one of those teams that you will see them getting engaged. Yeah. You see them getting engaged, of course, in some early battles, but that's so rarely. They like to take things a little bit in the mid-pack or in the mid-phase of the game, and that's where you'll see DRS just going all guns blazing out for blood. But DRS, usually, they try to play the early game really safe. They even try to make that rotation really safe, and that's what I really love about this team. They also have now, especially as I mentioned at the start too in the pre-show, I mentioned this. I said DRS inside this PMPL, they have been looking way much more aggressive compared to the last PMPL.
Well, yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I believe the reason being they have gotten a little bit more comfortable in the new shoes. Last time they had just changed organizations, the roster had just changed organization, and it was a legacy that they had to live up to. Now I think they've just realized, yeah, we have to do our own thing. We can't really just play based off what other people want us to do. We have to stick to our own style. But we do have the trajectory of Miramar in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, starting from Tierra Bronca, going all the way towards Minas del Sur.
Exactly. And then, as you did mention, the planned flat path, of course, is all the way tilted a little bit on the bottom right side. That means El Pozo might just be next to impossible to reach. Of course, teams will need to drop halfway and gather those vehicles and then maybe try and rotate towards El Pozo. Or there's also another thing you can try and pull off is adjustment on the fly. I mean, last time the players of Deadeye's Warriors tried to pull that off, but it didn't work out with them. Maybe some other team can try and execute this. Just to let you guys know, once again, Group B is sitting it out from this game. That means Skylightz Gaming, Raw, A1 Esports, and 1952 are not going to be participating in this game. With that being said, the circle shifts down south. Los Leones is as well in there. But if you speak about Los Leones, we haven't seen like a total urban circle, like right in center of Los Leones. We have seen a little bit like off-center Los Leones circles, like a little bit in the open grounds of those Los Leones, but not exactly inside the city. With that being said, we already do hear a little bit of looting going around in the back lines. Of course, it's going to be teams trying to go for the loot. In Picado is the players of high voltage. Usually 2 teams like to drop inside El Pozo. Dax this time are really close towards Monte Nuevo. I see they've decided to drop towards their old top spot, which is El Azhar. And right now, Godlike Stalwart inside San Martin, of course, just chilling it out. We had a big conversation about how Godlike Stalwart 2 made a comeback on the first half of the board. Really close to the top 5 as well. One more decent game and they're already breached inside top 5. At least the first 3 days of the league day of the week, the overall rankings are quite volatile. They're quite sensitive. So it is understandable that even one single game is going to completely change the look of the overall rankings and also make some of these teams really uncomfortable. And you can clearly see as well, the players of Godlike Stalwart, they're not happy with how things are being going with them, how things are being going for them. But after that previous win, it does seem like they have a little bit of smiles on their faces, so that's a good thing. WIZZES Club on our screens, there are a little bit of moments of brilliance from their side. The first 2 days, they were really good for this team. They were inside the top 5. They were on the 5th spot with 71 points when they started off the day. But after that, we haven't seen a good performance from the side of WIZZES Club. Neither they have any chicken dinner so far.
Well, let's see how this game is going to work out with the circle towards the southern shoreline of the map. Seal Esports WIZZES Club are going to be the happiest of the bunch right now. It's having a really comfortable position inside of the zone. Also, WIZZES Club, no one's going to be there to bother them in the city of Los Lunas. This time they're going to be isolated. But again, as we have talked about this Necro, we have a lot of weird things happening inside of this game. I see Quid smiling hilariously. Ooh, jokes being cracked. But yeah, as I was saying, MABETEX dropping towards the extreme northern part of the map. Also playing from La Cobriera is going to be the squad of VENOM Legends. Did not really want any early contestation against the side of Gremlin Storm because both the teams do like to start from the position of Impala. Preferred drop spot. I see 1, 2, 3 teams going for a 1-3 split. DE is going to be one of those trained to kill. And of course, Elementrix playing a 1-3 split as well, which does become quite tricky for them in this particular map.
Speak of things being quite tricky, I do see another tricky rotation being made from the side of GSM. They're trying to rotate right from between WIZZES Club, Seal. And I'm not sure how safe of a rotation this can be. I'm pretty sure some bullets will be exchanged in that direction. It's all the way right underneath Los Leones in the southern side. Even the center of the circle is not contested yet. Teams haven't been that quick on their feet so far. T2K is the only team who's trying their best to try and close on up over there. And I think so they found themselves a sweet spot to be with. Deadeye's guys too, you do see them slowly and steadily closing up. And I was having this conversation about WIZZES Club, you know, saying that they're trying their best to show themselves up in the fight. The first 2 days were definitely quite phenomenal for this team as they started the day off on the 5th spot with 71 points in total. But today, they haven't been able to keep up. They haven't been able to live up to the momentum they had.
Well, I think with how Stalwart Esports have been displaying that no matter how bad the situation is, you can always make a comeback. I think even WIZZES Club are going to try and jump in the same boat. Gremlin Storm, as you mentioned, the interesting rotation from their side just became a lot more interesting because it's a split now. Kese finding the isolated player from the lineup has managed to dish out some damage, but now gets a little bit of distance between him and the opposition just to be a little safe, extra careful. It's going to be quite tricky to force an engagement in a situation like this, where you don't exactly know how many players are going to be moving around, but Rowdy, he is extremely low. He needs to stop and put on those first aid, put on those boosters. There's that 4 energy drinks on him and 1 painkiller along with 1 first aid and 18 bandages. I guess still just feels the heat of Seal Esport around him, and he does not really want to take the risk of stopping right now.
Still just keeps him going in the bus. Called it already too. Yeah, some shots will be exchanged, and that's what exactly happened. But I'm not sure what the players of Gremlin Storm are trying to pull off here. What exactly is the game plan for them? They're just moving around all the way from the southern side. Rowdy's all the way in the back too, while the rest of the players are in the front. TRZ's closing up really close to them. So the threat hasn't been neutralized yet. High voltage on the other side with a decent positioning too, sort of in the off centers. Not exactly playing in the center of the circle. There are a couple of teams outside the circle too who are looking to make it in. VENOM Legends and even DRS. They are tanking the blue damage. And speaking of high voltage as well, I mean, this week hasn't been that crazy for the players of high voltage, right? They have taken things a little slower. They have dialed it down. And of course, today's day was a big bounce back for them.
Mamba, along with his teammates, they're trying to again find a safe haven. TRZ, I think, are one of those teams who are going to be feeling comfortable in a zone like this. They do like to start from the southwestern part of the map. And since the zone is going to stick there, they're going to be feeling extra comfy for now. But I guess the first blood we are going to witness in a few short moments is Dax have lost a player to Elementrix. And if the finish gets secured, that is going to be the first blood of the game. Oh, but on the other side, Gremlin Storm in a world of hurt, and I think this one is going to be guaranteed as Atomic just charges forward and Memo is going to be picked up. But no, it is Spike from the side of Dax who gets and walks away with the first blood as he picks up Orange from Elementrix. Still, the fight continues. Yeta Uta taking on Paragod, damages down, barely any HP left, and Yeta finds the opening, repeats the edge, going up front, and Precious from the rear, supporting his team. Dax getting absolutely butchered and destroyed as the players of Elementrix had set a trap. Yeta was on one side, right behind the players of Dax. There were the other lads of Elementrix.
Yeah, speak of getting butchered, I mean, that's definitely a fight you do not want to challenge that way. The man in the front overpeaked and then instantly got knocked out. The second player, too, wasn't able to find the trade for that. I would say he played that perfectly. TRZ over here up against the players of T2K. As T2K, they have a great formation. But TRZ on the other side, both of those players are not in that good of a position compared to the players of T2K. And T2K, of course, I mean, both these teams are pretty in a decent position overall inside the circle, but this positioning in this fight seems a little shaky. Giant Mar and IT ended up collapsing against each other, collapsing into each other. The fight did break out, but Giant Mara took some big punches in the gut as they've lost out on Vadu G and Snipe YT.
Not an easy game for them. Still an opportunity to secure extra points, placement points from this game, which they do definitely need to stay at the top of the weekly rankings and improve their bonus point ranking for the finale. But IHC is not one of those teams that he just escape. 1,000 meters to go to get inside the zone, and IHC, I guess they need to stay focused on just moving forward, prioritize the rotation rather than just mid-rotation fights. Quaith from WIZZES Club seems like did get a hint of where the players of Seal Esports might be.
Seal's on a run, though. WIZZES club right now. Just testing the waters around him. And they're so far away from the central positioning too. Deadeye's Warriors having a 3-1 split. So far looking pretty okay. I'd see still the chase, the hunt isn't over. They're still chasing down the players of Giant Mara in Los Leones. As Giant Mara, they cannot keep running away from a team like IHC somewhere down line. They will have to draw a line and just fight them as the next circle shifts up north-south, favoring the players of godlike Stalwart. It's right on top of them too. DRS might just find themselves in lucky shoes because they were making a big rotation out all the way from the northern side, but now the circle is sort of shifted on the north, so DRS will have a little bit of advantage here.
Let's see if this drastic shift of this curveball is going to work out in their favor. No one saw this coming. I think one team that is definitely happy about the circle moving towards the northwest is going to be VENOM Legends. Because being the furthest ones away from the zone, all of a sudden they have a very advantageous position. Godlike Stalwart as well now, smack in the center of the zone. But as you mentioned, DRS who are playing from the western edge of the current zone. I believe the one team they have to worry about is Gremlin Storm, who are headed for their position. So if they win that fight, then the game becomes a lot more easier for them. And the fight has already begun.
Speaking about that fight, GSM is in front of us too. And DRS right now just tapping away. Gante is definitely quick tapping that mini, but it's not able to find the knockout. But Bishal from the opposing side finds a nice connection on his head with the M4 and will connect all those shots perfectly. As now Gante has learned his lesson and he will make sure he's not over peaking those sort of angles anymore. DRS will be able to get the res on to Gante, but T2K on the other side, they're fighting against the players of Giant Mara. I thought that fight was extinguished, but that's not going to be the case. TRZ as well against the players of Seal. Kese has somehow managed to escape.
Well, does manage to get away, but how far will he go? That is the question. Still managing to stay with all four players, Seal Esports. All they have to do is find a position to hide in, find a position where they can just keep their head down. Till the late game situation. 15 minutes in, 15 teams remaining. But look at this, the Warriors against the players of Seal. Spooky is going to be the first man to drop to his knees. And Nerzed does not waste even a second before he runs forward for the finish.
Instant finish wrapped up. The zone as well is now going to start to close in. Where is the next circle going to shift towards? And shifts right in the center once again. Godlike Stalwart. One of the luckiest teams inside the entire lobby this game. But the next circle shift is going to be way too interesting. And a lot of teams' fate will depend on it. As DEW are still somewhere on the northern side. TRZ is right next to him. DE, Deadeye's guys is on the right. Still a lot of teams are alive. 15 teams are alive in this small of a circle. There's not going to be a lot of room left soon. And they will need to start duking out this battle against each other. Look at Nerzed. He's so close to the players to Seal and he's all by himself. Nerzed wants to keep his identity anonymous, does not want to reveal his position just yet. If he does, that might just be it. His lifeline will be cut off. And that's why Nerzed doesn't even move in muscle.
Well, let's see. He's still just waiting on the other side. In the meanwhile, Seal Esports players trying to make a getaway. Nerzed now focused in on the players of IHC. The Warriors looking very aggressive and very solid in this game. But look at this, Deadeye's guys themselves. Not too shabby, one player knocked out, but still the way they've positioned themselves in these compounds and along the ridges is perfect to keep the players of TRZ at bay. Nades being lobbed, nades being exchanged by these two lads, and well, one connects, not enough damage. Nerzed still survives, and the next one is definitely going to blow him to smithereens. He has to run away to avoid the damage, gets stuck in the middle of the car and the wall for a few seconds, trying to put on the first aid desperately before IC blows him to pieces. And IC, this nade is just perfect. But Nirzedi charges forward. A 1v1 gun battle, and IC comes out on top.
That was one of the most perfect nades so far. Even though it did not knock him out, but the HP was taken down so much, that gave him massive advantage in that duel. And now I'd see the rest of the team's now going to start to regroup on up. That separation did not work out at all for the players of DEW. It's backfiring against them. But Nirzed is still locked out. He is up for grabs, but I'd see they're just picking him apart one after the other. You call the players of DEW the God Slayers, but I'd see they're slaying the gods themselves. DEW. Doc in the close. He's spotted out the player of IT, finds a nice little timing onto Godless. Godless knocked out, but IT, they still continue to pounce on the player of DEW. As another man goes down, but Doc is still in the close, somehow managing to stay alive. But a UMP eventually is going to run out of bullets. Will need a reload, and that's where he capitalizes.
Well, the Warriors, quite an early exit, something they definitely did not expect for themselves, but 14 teams remain now. And, well, I guess TRZ might just be next. Mad Cat taking a lot of damage from the rear, manages to get away, but the tires are gone now, and he can't drive away quick enough anymore. TRS on the other side just going at it against the players of MABETEX. Still, priorities remain the same. First comes the zone, then the fights. MABETEX getting themselves to safety outside of the blue. We'll try and refocus and see if they can pick off the players of DRS again.
TRZ in the center of the next circle. The circle shifts out. Pretty much in the open. Not a lot of cover to play around with. Vehicles now have to be the primary cover here. Godlike Stalwart, they've got a little piece of compound secured. The rest two players as well. Now they'll start to try and regroup on up. But T2K, they're getting pushed by the players of WIZZES Club. One player's already been spotted, instantly taken down as well and confirmed by WIZZES Club. Two players pounce on and end the story of T2K.
Another big name biting the dust this early in the game. DRS still managing to survive. All four players back on their feet, but Gyante, along with his teammate, they're going to try and see if they can get the buggy in the zone along with them as well. In the meanwhile, Stalwart top is going to make sure that IHC, their numbers are not going to be there, and one after the other, IHC, the players falling left, right, and center, as the third parties are going to be there as well from Seal Esports and TRZ.
And TRZ so far with three-man squad right in the center. There's a big chance they might be the center of attraction too. Mad Cat is a little separated out, and he can definitely play the X Factor as long as his position's not compromised. They have the similar type of spread the players of DEW did, but it backfired against them. Hopefully this is not going to be the similar case against the players of TRZ. Seal on the left lines on the top, inside the circle as VENOM Legends, they're getting pounced on and charged down by the players of DRS. And DRS, they really need to get rid of the players of VENOM Legends no matter what, because they're the only thorn in the way. If DRS do want to make the rotation inside the circle, VENOM Legends needs to be dealt with right now and right here. And then another layer might just be the players of MABETEX, but right now, finally the battle breaks out, but eventually, the players of VENOM Legends, they're not able to come out on top, and they get taken out from the game in 11th spot. Now MABETEX might just be another team the players of DRS will need to deal with. Godlike Stalwart with a decent positioning and the only compound available, they're looking to dominate this entire final moment.
Definitely doing really well in this particular match. They already have the momentum from the previous game. Look at the Mini 14 in the hands of top. It can be quite deadly. He's going for the players of Elementrix. One man already dropped to his knees. Yeta could be the next one. And oh, they don't waste any time. The entire team getting thrown back to the lobby. DRS, they're going to be next in the crosshairs of top. And I don't know what is going to make this man stop.
Somehow DRS now is only down to rules. They had all the four players live, but you blink it and you miss it sort of a situation. Rules all by himself with a big burden on his shoulders. As you have the players of GSM2 right next to the players of Godlike Stalwart, but the next circle shifts away from the compound. Even the players of Godlike Stalwart will need to leave this comfort zone. Before leaving this, they need to make sure they're getting rid of the players of GSM no matter what, because the threat in the back is the biggest threat. And you always want to make sure the backstabbers are never available or never present. It might be really close, might be perfect as well, but no, just an inch off.
Let's see, Chari. Oh! Almost the entire clip, and still the man stays alive. Well, Chari, just a sigh of relief with the fact that he is still on his feet, still standing, still able to fight. Not just great point somewhere, but Remnant Storm, I guess the last two players, their time in this game has almost come to an end, as they have been put under heavy fire by the players of Godlike Stalwart. Deadeyes guys on the other side do manage to figure out where the last surviving player from the side of the RZ was and finish him off, bringing the number of teams in this game down to 7 and 18 players still alive. But all of a sudden, Deadeyes guys are now in a very awkward sandwich situation, with Seal Esports having the high ground advantage and a very, very easy job ahead of them of finishing off the players of DE.
Seal right now, there's, as you mentioned, the high ground advantage is definitely there, but even they'll need to leave this one soon. The circle has just really forced a lot of team outside their comfort zone, including the players of Godlike Stalwart, and Deadeyes guys continue to be a problem in the foot of the players of Seal. This is the time to make a decision, either commit or die. Do or die moment for the players of Seal, and they finally decide to fight the players of Deadeyes guys who are on the right side, and they march on. They keep on charging forward, but Deadeyes guys, the shots are connecting from them, and Seal, they stand no chance.
Well, Seal Esports, quite an unfortunate exit right there. DE, oh! What a save right there from on top, helping his team survive out in the open. They lost one player, well, got knocked out. And they have an opportunity to bring him back into the game. 9 eliminations already secured by the players of DE. Doing a pretty phenomenal job in this game. And now, top 3 teams, ladies and gentlemen. MABETEX, Deadeyes guys, and also Godlike Stalwart, who have an opportunity to go for a back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner. But let's see if that is actually going to happen, or will Deadeyes guys snatch this one away from them. Although the zone right now prioritizing the players of MABETEX.
MABETEX is just moving in. They're kind of spreading themselves out. And I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of the spread or not, because MABETEX, they could have been ruling this entire final circle. But oh, it's understandable. The players of Deadeyes guys wanted to wrap up all the way from the right lines and maybe potentially flank the players of MABETEX and push them and put them in a discomfort. But MABETEX, they capitalize on this one. They realize that they're getting pushed on anonymously by the players of Deadeyes guys, and they instantly put a full stop to that push.
Let's see. It's a 3v3v3 situation for now. As soon as Chari is back, it's going to be the numbers advantage in the favor of Deadeyes guys, and Godlike Stalwart in the meanwhile. Look at this. They have snuck their way right into the edge of the circle, and now they're just waiting for DE and MABETEX to clash against each other. As soon as the teams are going to be extremely low, Godlike Stalwart, they're going to chime in and just walk away with all the points. Sinister plan, but also an effective one. Although I guess they did not take into account that DE could actually just start taking them on a little bit earlier than expected. Wally is going to be knocked out at opening by the players from Deadeyes guys. On the other side, Action was knocked out from the side of Godlike Stalwart as well. But Joker going for a push, has to be careful. His armor is completely gone. The Molotov is going to be right on point. The shots connecting as well. Joker still managing to stay alive. And I think MABETEX, their game is done, as Baron is just there with a sliver of HP. Another Molotov is going to be lobbed. Baron barely outside the range, pixels outside the range of that molly. It's not going to matter. He does get finished off, and now 2 players from the side of DE are extremely low. Godlike Stalwart, they have to be quick about this execute.
Speak of being quick about the execute right now, Deadeye's guys, of course, they've been pushed a little bit back. But as always, Godlike Stalwart just asserting dominance inside the lobby, and that's what they exactly do, and not even being scared of what just happened there. Deadeye's guys, one player just stepped in a complete unknown territory and instantly decided to back out as if he just disturbed someone in their sleep, but he was not able to get away from that. Deadeye's guys, some questionable approaches from their side too, and you cannot make those type of approaches, especially against a team like Godlike Stalwart.
Oh, they're going for a 2-1 flank now. Action just pushing the slope of this ridge while Pika is just going to try and create a distraction. If Action gets too close, if Action manages to cross the buggy over to the next ridge, it's done. They're going to be ruined. And this game that they have been playing so perfectly up until now, it's going to be a loss for them.
Speak about being a loss right now. The floor is definitely lava, but the lava is not exactly on the correct place and the correct mark. Godlike Stalwart, they continue to put the pedal to the metal. They really want to take this fight to the players of Deadeye's guys, and Deadeye's guys just waiting patiently for them to step inside the crosshairs as one player is way too low. Deadeye's guys, they're running low on supplies as well. They have no meds available. And on top, he's quite hurt.
Yeah, extremely low. Oh, Chowdhury is going to be knocked out as well. This is the end. Godlike Stalwart, I guess. It is going to be a back-to-back chicken dinner win for them. And there it is. One more into the hands of Godlike Stalwart. Even though the eliminations numbers are not going to be as high as the previous one, they still walk away with 24 points to their name. 1,890 damage dished out. And I think, to be fair, based on how the zone was, Godlike Stalwart, DRS, these two teams were bound to do well for themselves.
And
Also
they actually
Elementrix,
did.
But Elementrix went out super early.
Sometimes unfortunate circumstance happen, but as we're also talking about, there's not a lot of games left for today. One more game to go after this, so yeah, and today was quite an important day too, and teams did realize on that, so that's why we're seeing so many slow starts, and pretty much all the games have been quite slow today actually, and the action has started to just break out insanely in the final moments. But again, the action, of course, being slow, but Godlike Stalwart, they have woken up. The Beast have finally woken up inside the lobby. And I don't know, man, if it's planned or not, but they just make it seem like all the downfall was all planned.
I think I agree with you on that, because this is not the first time we are seeing this. We'll discuss this and more, ladies and gentlemen, but right after this very short break. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny John Necro alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, 4 matches done for the day. The last map remains. The map is going to be Miramar. And talking about Miramar, the previous one was won by Godlike Stalwart. And before we went to the break, me and Necro was just discussing as to what looked like the downfall of the team was just a prank. And as I said, Necro, this is not the first time we've seen a team do this. If you remember, every single time PMGC rolls around, there's this team that I guess you might have heard of them. Goes by the plays under the banner of Nova.
Oh,
yeah, I think you might have heard of them, right? So
yeah,
they do the same thing. I mean, when the league stages of the tournament are going, Nova, you're gonna see them just struggle, missing out on a week, if you will. But then the finals roll around and they are constantly inside of the top 2, the top 3 every single game. Very consistent, very aggressive.
Didn't Noah make a statement last time though, saying that it's hard for them to play the league stages than more than the grand finals, and it just cracked me up listening to that. I'm like, wait, what? How does that even make any sense?
I agree. It doesn't. It shouldn't. But if a team then goes on to win the tournament, they have every single right to say whatever they want. And also, I mean,
true.
widely considered one of the best teams in the world. They have one of the best players, one of the best lineups in the world. So, yeah. And Godlike Stalwart are quite similar themselves.
Godlike Stalwart, they're more kind of like a team that has a different type of domination, you know? They like to assert dominance inside the lobby. When Godlike Stalwart is holding any sort of an area, they would not just sit and wait for the enemy team to just walk in their crosshairs. No, they will challenge the fight to the enemy team. They will take it. They won't just sit down and wait patiently. And that's what I love about Godlike Stalwart. Even if they are playing passively over something, they will still try to play a little bit passive-aggressive.
Yeah. But again, I mean, I'm very impressed with how the players from the side of Deadeye's guys also played this game. They were very, very calm, composed, and collected in their approach. And it was an impressive run from them. Joker, look at him, 5 eliminations secured, followed by True Love right there with 4 highest damage dished out by Joker. Chari with highest assist, and Chari shows up with the highest healing done list as well on the 2nd position. So it was a game that I believe should have gone to the players of DE. Just the final fight being botched was the reason that they will have to settle for 3 points less. In fact, not just 3, 6 points less than what they could have gotten, but it's okay. Deadeye's guys, I mean, along with Godlike Stalwart, are making a good comeback today, and I just want to see where exactly Godlike Stalwart will be as far as the weekly rankings are considered, because the jump after the previous game was pretty massive. And in this game also, they walk away with 24 points. So it's going to be another big bounce.
I mean, overall, of course, as you do see the match rankings, they have done pretty phenomenally. But again, what really does matter is that the fact that the players of Godlike Stalwart, they've won back-to-back games. Is that going to be a 3rd one? Back-to-back?
I think
maybe.
The hat-trick opportunity is going to be there, and if they get this hat-trick just a few days before we move to the grand finals of this tournament, I think everyone else should start panicking about what this team is going to do in the finals.
I mean, it'll definitely be a stark message, right? And that's what would really just make these teams think of what exactly is just going on behind the scenes around this team, what they're planning to pull off inside the grand finals. If this is not even their last form, then imagine in the finals what it's going to be. Imagine in the SA Championship what sort of Godlike Stalwart we'll be able to see, considering the fact that even inside SA Championship, 6 teams from the PMPL Pakistan are going to be moving inside.
Well, let's see. I mean, that's going to be a whole another ordeal, right? It's going to be a different vibe entirely. But look at this. The damage is to graph in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. And again, even though it was Godlike Stalwart who walked away with the win of this game, and they also had a very impressive run, DE Deadeye's guys looked so strong up until that final fight. Quite an unlucky moment right there, losing out on the chicken dinner, but still an impressive performance from the players of Deadeye's guys nonetheless. In the early stages, though, I think Necro, while I think Godlike Stalwart, if they do well, we see D Warriors struggle. If D Warriors does well, we see Godlike Stalwart struggle. And whoa, look at that. In 2 matches, they've managed to come all the way from, I believe, 12th or 14th position to the top 2. They are sitting at 110 points now, just 15 shy of where DRS is.
I mean, why are you acting as if you're surprised?
I mean, I wanted the excitement to stay, but yeah.
I mean, is it really that surprising, though? At this point, even the audience knows. Even we speculated, even we called it. The comebacks is going to happen. The comeback's definitely going to happen without a doubt. And that's what exactly just happened. Godlike Stalwart on the first half. Now we're just waiting for other teams like Skylightz Gaming to show themselves up. And even IHC to sort of breach inside the top 5. Deadeye's guys themselves have gotten decent leap, 4-position leap up. So this is going to be interesting. Skylightz Gaming are still deactivated. I don't know what's that factor going to be that'll wake up this team, but hopefully hopefully in this final game, Skylightz Gaming are able to shine through.
Well, they will have to shine through if they want to go into the matches tomorrow with an advantage. Otherwise, it's going to be a very tricky situation for them to deal with. Deadeyes, guys, with the performance in the previous match, they do manage to move up a little bit closer to the rest of the competition. In fact, 72 points on Deadeyes, guys, 4 positions gained, sitting on the 15th position there. But look at that, godlike stalwart, 2 matches back-to-back. Hat-trick opportunity presenting itself to the team, and again the map is going to be Miramar. This time, one thing that's going to change is the fact that Group B is going to be returning back to the action, back to the party, and Group A will be sitting it out as their matches for the day are done. So DE Warriors, VENOM Legends, WIZZES Club, and T2K, their matches are done. They will have to sit out, although Skylightz Gaming, Raw, and A1NB 1952 are going to be returning to the party.
Speak of that and returning to the party, I mean, as you mentioned, DW is sitting it back now, and considering they're on the 4th spot in the overall rankings, again, I mean, I was going to say that maybe it's going to affect them a bit because they aren't going to be playing the last game, and the top 5 is going to be even more easier to breach inside, but this also brings us to another conversation that we can try to have, and that can be another teams like Elementrix too. Now, as you said, Elementrix, I would say an okay day. I wouldn't really say a complete, I would say like a complete blunder of a day. I would say they're definitely trying their best to try and recover, but they haven't been able to do so. Speaking of recovery, we're still waiting for High Voltage to recover as well. And High Voltage is another big banner that we know that they will recover no matter what. It's not a big deal because they have won 1 chicken dinner already. They are somewhere in the top 10. One more solid performance, already in the top 5.
I mean, the possibility is going to be there, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen today, especially with just the last game remaining. So they will have to wait till tomorrow, and if they start performing from their very first game, then things do become a little bit easier for them. But Necro, our prediction counters are right there in front of us. I think my lucky number today is going to be 3. I see a hat-trick incoming, so I'll go with godlike stalwart.
Yeah, I was actually going to do that too. I was going to say godlike stalwart too, but
I think both of us can agree. I think if maybe that's going to help them with the hat trick.
I'm not sure, but sure, why not? Go with godlike stalwart, even from my side. Let's go. Let's see if they're going to be able to pull off a hat trick or not, because that can be a record inside this inside the league stages so far, and we love to see some sort of records, of course.
Yes, I mean, it is going to be quite exciting to see exactly what the team is planning. And again, in this particular game and also in the previous Erangel, the fact that I think the zones, with the way the circles were forming, worked out quite perfectly according to the playstyle of godlike stalwart, did also benefit them and make things easier for them in securing those chicken dinners. And with this particular game, I think if the zone is going to be away from them, then maybe we're going to see them struggle a little bit, because that is where I think majority of the times we did see godlike stalwart get beaten up. But now the question that presents itself is, who is going to shut them down? I mean, DE Warriors are going to be sitting out from this game. That is going to make sure that DRS, they have a fighting opportunity to just make sure they are still on the first position at the end of the day.
I mean, DRS are, I think so, they have a decent cushion too, if I'm not wrong. So DRS, even if they aren't really able to do that great inside the final game, the cushion's still going to be there. And knowing the fact that DRS doesn't like to really challenge some early battles, they would probably go away with, let's just think like, okay, DRS are getting away with like 5 points in a game. That's still enough to keep the lead they have.
Yeah, I mean, it is enough. And but with a team like godlike stalwart on your tail, I don't think you would want enough. You need much more than enough of a difference between you and the competition. Otherwise, I mean, we just saw them make up for what, like I think close to around a 50-point deficit. That's what they've covered up in just 2 matches. They got 31 from the previous game. They got from the matchup on Erangel. I believe the previous game as well, they got somewhere around 25, 26 points, right? 24 points. So impressive performances back to back, and it is becoming very difficult for every other team to deal with. It's the same godlike stalwart that people witnessed in week 1. So it is time to just buckle up and start pushing as hard as possible. Otherwise, you won't get another opportunity like this.
Speak of getting an opportunity, right now the plan 5 path seems a little balanced. I think so. Yeah, it does. But maybe Valle Del Mar is going to be way too tough to reach. So there is one team that likes to drop towards Valle Del Mar. And if I'm not wrong, it's TRZ. So they will have to travel a long way there, or maybe try and figure out a way on the fly. But right now the plan 5 path is pretty balanced, ending towards El Pozo. So teams shouldn't have a lot of problem to go towards their designated drop spots. Even I'd see they've been dropping inside El Hazar recently.
Well, let's see. Again, IHC headed towards El Azhar, as you mentioned. MABETEX, although, look at that. See an interesting exit right there. I believe kind of a clash between MABETEX and the players of A1 and B, but A1 and B, we know they're going to be starting from the city of Los Leones. MABETEX head to the same location as well. And Dax no longer have to feel alone in El Pozo. Their neighbors are back, 1952. And also Raw going to be joining them. So we do have a northeastern circle. Well, not completely northeastern, but slightly in this particular game. And again, one of those zones that does, in fact, put a major impact on whether Godlike Stalwart can walk away with this win or not. Look how close DRS are to them. This could be anyone's game. This could be the game changer as well.
Yeah, it definitely can. I mean, DRS and Elementrix are really close, of course. Godlike Stalwart 2 is really close. So overall, that vicinity is definitely quite a hot zone. On the other side, you also see El Pozo, Dax and Raw right next to each other. 1952 is on a move down south. Skylightz Gaming in La Cabrera, of course, that's where they like to drop. Giant Mar is on the way to near Cruz del Valle. But what do we see in here? Los Leones. Two teams, MABETEX and even Esports, a little drop clashing themselves too. High Voltage and Deadeye's guys as well, right next to each other. I'm expecting a slow and peaceful start. What about you?
I mean, it is Miramar. It's going to be slow and peaceful for, I guess, the next 10 minutes.
Yep. Podcast hours. I'm to tune into some podcast hours.
Yeah, but what do we talk about today?
Nothing.
Win streaks.
Yeah, that's what we're waiting for. That's for sure. We're waiting for the back-to-back 3 wins from the side of Godlike Stalwart. But yeah, honestly though, I mean, that comeback from the side of Godlike Stalwart is so impressive if you think about it. Just because they're Godlike Stalwart, you know, we're like, oh, okay, it's Godlike Stalwart. But still, man, it's if you compare Godlike Stalwart to any other team, for example, let's compare them to Dax, right? And put Dax in a similar position the players Godlike Stalwart were. And it's going to be next to impossible for them to recover that quickly as the players of Godlike Stalwart had done. And Killer YT, that could have been a big mistake from you, even though you did find a knock, but you could have knocked yourself out there.
So that's the first blood of the game right there. Yetta from Elementrix getting picked off, and Killer YT, as you mentioned, you were talking about him, does in fact drop down to around 50% HP, but still stays alive. Elementrix, not a start that they wanted, but something they will have to deal with now. DRS looking to go a little bit more aggressive. I believe Delta is just trying to hunt from it, for information from this high ground that he has. It's not going to be easy. There's a lot of area Orange has to work with. And he can stay hidden for as long as possible.
DRS on top of the hill. Killer YT just going for some meds. Oh, I thought he was going to fall down. If he did, that could have been... That was a knockout. Oh! What is going on with the players of DRS, and why are they just jumping downhill like that? One of the most riskiest moves, of course, being made from them, but for now...
Landing.
Yeah, for now it seems like there's not a lot of threat around them.
Let's see. I mean, they have freedom to do whatever they want, since there is quite a bit of decent distance between the two squads. And after this first blood, I think it's going to be a while before more collisions happen, more fights break out. Especially with how Elementrix and DRS have positioned themselves. I mean, both the teams quite close to the center of the circle. No real incentive to force fight against each other. Although the southern edge of the zone right now is becoming pretty cluttered up, as there are high voltage, Dead Eye Skies, A1NB, MABETEX, all four teams present really close to each other.
MABETEX. They're quite close to each other, yeah, as you mentioned. Even A1NB now has decided to sort of close on up on that spot. Deadeye's guys is making a rotation out of the clotheslines of Los Leones, and that's what the players of MABETEX Esports spotted out. But they were not able to get some, or at least see a clear line of sight onto them. But now finally, Deadeye's guys spotting out the players of A1NB on top of the hill. Some shots were taken, but more sort of warning shots were there. A little bit of blood being drawn, but not much.
They have to be extremely careful. They have about two teams closing in from their rear, and Gremlin Storm right up north. It's going to be quite tricky for them to be part of engagements from here. You have to try and play for position. Try and be as careful as possible. Four teams outside the zone right now. Skylightz Gaming, Raw, TRZ, and 1952. Esports Kise is the only player from Esports who is outside the zone, but his teammates have pretty much cleared out a massive pathway for him to move towards. It's not going to be difficult or even a challenge for him to find an entry into the circle. On the other side, IHC switching things up. Finally have decided to exit the city of LSR. And on our screens, ladies and gentlemen, we do have, again, the squad of godlike Stalwart. And the team does not know it yet, but we can see it on the map that me and Necro have, that their rear, godlike Stalwart's rear, is completely clear. There is no one towards their west. All they have to do is just focus fights that are headed towards them from the eastern side, and that's it. This could be another win for godlike Stalwart in this game.
But again, their main target definitely has to be somewhere playing around off center.
Oh, yeah.
So they will probably try to close on up a bit. Still, we're just seeing one elimination point being drawn. Nothing else than that. Skylightz Gaming 2, they're going to be a little late comers inside the circle, but not too late. Raw as well inside La Cabrera now as they've made an entry. They're also tanking a lot of damage from the blue. There are a couple of teams that are tanking damage and making it quite late, including TRZ in 1952 down south.
Let's see. Just one elimination in this game till now. Everyone else just taking their own sweet time to try and find safe rotations for their teams. But this eastern shift that's there should force a few extra fights. High voltage against MABETEX. Looks like Baron has found an opening, but his teammates are a little far away from him, so too difficult to go for the finishes, too difficult to secure the points. Ooh, airdrop. The first one of this map, AMR and an ATRAX. Wow.
That's all they could ask for. Maybe a couple of bullets, I guess. A couple of more bullets, and that is a perfect gun. But right now, Gajor being the casualty. The confirmation is there too. On top is not instantly going for the loot, still just driving around, making sure there's no threat nearby. That extra bit of precaution always does help. And now finally, as the next circle shift does come through, teams have gathered up a lot right in the smack center. Way too many teams. And soon there's not going to be a lot of wiggle room left. And that's when we'll probably see a lot of fights happen. Godlike Stalwart 2 on the top left side on the circle. IHC sort of in the off center, where Giant Mara is in the front. But IHC nearby, or at least the back lines are pretty clear near LSR.
Well, they are 4 now, but it looks like Skylightz Gaming are going to be moving there from the northern side. So IHC, they have to be extremely careful about how much noise they are making in this position. Look at this. Sanchir closing the distance against the players of Jayan Mara. DRS on the other side, taking on Gremlin Storm. Another opening being found by them. This memo has been taken down, but the retaliation is going to be there. Fear trading Gyante. And there's no one there to save him. He is going down for sure.
Yeah.
No rescue.
Burned to crisp. As Gremlin Storm, they get their lost man back inside the squad. Still a decently peaceful environment. A little bit of crackly sounds around off the guns, of course, but nothing crazy. The games are being quite quiet. And so are the players. Taps on the players of DRS as rules. Is just peeking out from the top. It's going to be quite risky to peek out once more, so that's why Apex backs away. Did catch a lot of bullets on himself, but now high voltage as they've lost out on the man, and Leo successfully has managed to find him. Praveen is still in the close. The right lines are going to be quite exposed, but Wally is posted up on those as well. Praveen, some nice precaution from his side. Tosses in a nade on the... tossing the smoke on the right side. Completely blocking the vision.
I think one shot connected right there. That's it. Oh, this is going to be a nade trade. Apex starting things off. Robin with his nade hitting the first floor. Does not really realize Apex has repositioned now. Wally from the distance though finds the opening. Apex looking to go for the finish secure. Has to be extremely careful. Realizes Malik is going to be holding his position on the high ground. Wally now doing quite a lot for his team. Basically dealing with the entirety of high voltage all by himself. He takes down Praveen, takes care of Wally in the distance. Now has to watch out for Jiggle as well. And he's doing that, yeah. Man's a monster. Multitasking so nice.
Speak of someone being a monster, we have Wally just, yeah, switching targets. Still all the teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. 16 teams up. Now we're finally seeing some sort of handicap in some teams. But again, nothing happening critical yet. No critical moments just yet. Everything's quite chill. Skylightz Gaming 2 rotating all the way from the right side of the map. Center of the circle consists of A1 Esports right in the smack center. But there's a chance they might be the center of attraction too soon, because being that dead smack in the center can definitely affect your Dax as well as all the way in the outskirts. For a team like Dax to make a rotation inside, it's going to be so next to impossible because all the Northern Edge lines now have Guardian Angels.
Yeah. It's like at every single point there's someone gatekeeping and blocking the way. Look at that snipe, just sniping the players of IHC, while Stalwart on the other side are looking to move towards Delta. Oh, this is going to be absolutely brutal if Delta gets spotted out. He's done. He starts shooting. Shots do connect on one of the individuals from the side of Godlike Stalwart, but I don't think Delta is going to be surviving for long. There it is. He goes down, takes down Scribe before he was finished off to make things easier for his teammate, but now the entirety of Godlike Stalwart has shown up, and DRS, they only have 2 players to work with.
Godlike Stalwart's cry as these went down. Yeah, that's not going to be a problem to get Scry on his feet. Still now, just waiting for the next circle shift, of course. Teams right now look pretty comfortable, I would say. The next circle shift, though, if it's a big extreme shift, then it will cause a big chaos inside the lobby. It is another shift, but it's not completely extreme. So teams can probably try to take things a little slow if the teams are not inside the circle. Deadeye's guys is right on down south. Godlike Stalwart, they're really close to the circle as well. They can try and even make it inside the circle with foot, but they do not want to take that sort of a risk. Elementrix outside the zone. Giant Mara right now against the players of IHC, and they are on the northern side. Even they themselves need to make it in.
Well, let's see though. Kise taking shots on the players of Raw. Unable to connect right there. Spooky doing a wonderful job. 2 players down. Last player remaining. Slipknot hiding indoors. The only saving grace available for him is the fact that players from the side of Skylightz Gaming are nearby. So there is a possibility of the third party just allowing Raw to survive a few extra moments. Dax as well. Just closing in on this position slowly and steadily, but Seal looking to end this as quickly as possible. Let's see. How long will it be before this fight is done? Skylightz Gaming closing in. Just getting in, inching in closer with every single second. Raw, 2 players back.
The nade placement was just a little off. Hits the frame of the off the window. And Slipknot now is left all by himself. A lonely man inside the compound. And 3 hunters around trying to hunt him down. The odds of survival definitely seem quite tough, and that's what exactly happens. The lonely man crumbles down, and Raw is going to be the team to take the first exit inside the game.
Oh, Baron, he wanted to heal up. There was someone running right behind him, and he did not have any HP. He runs up the stairs, turns around, 180, shoots the opposition in the face. And well, that results in a squad wipe right there. Right now, Gremlin Storm smacked in the center of the zone, but I don't believe they have a lot of cover to work with. Quite close to them are the players of Skylightz Gaming, but they have a lot of pressure to deal with coming in from the eastern part of the map. Look at that, Baron from the side of MABETEX now finds himself in a 1v3 against the players of Deadeye's guys as they are going for a push onto this compound. Baron, he is waiting patiently on the first floor. Let's see how this execute is going to work out.
And Deadeye's guys, they really do want to just take him out. At this point, they probably do have the info that Baron is all by himself. And if they do want to charge on up, they all 3 can. And that's what they're exactly doing. Trying to clear out every single room. And Turulev eventually finds the man, and he shuts him down. Still 13 teams alive and 41 players in total. Now it's time for Seal to get eliminated as well. As 1952, the eyes are locked. Or the vice versa. Seal, 3 players in the compound. And they're being surrounded by Skylightz Gaming in 1952. For 1952, if they do challenge a fight against the players of Seal, they better make it quick, because there might be a third party from Skylightz Gaming.
Oh, that's going to be quite brutal on them. Seal Esports doing quite a brilliant job up until now, defending their position, defending their compound. As I mentioned, since the circle has moved away from these teams, they're going to have to end this fight as quickly as possible and then look to move forward. 1952 going for a charge from the window. Kise chimes in the first, the second pick with a UMP as well. All of a sudden, 1952, they find the numbers running down. Last player surviving, and he's going to run indoors, tries to put on a first aid, and Zeke is going to end it all. 4 players wiped in an instant, 7 eliminations in the hands of Seal Esports.
Still little 3-man squad is right there. As Dax and DRS, that's some nice tracking. Shot his toes down. Rules OG and Killer YT, the only two pillars right now for the players of DRS to try and hold off godlike Stalwart, Top and Pika. It's a 2-on-2 situation right over here. But Gremlin Storm, they found themselves in the prime spot, of course, right in this max center are two players and two other players are on the southern side. It's a 2-2 split, and we have seen these type of splits backfire as well. The circle still hasn't started to fill up with a lot of teams, but there are fights going on all across the board. Seal finally, the full stop to that fairy tale is right there as Dax, Assault OP is being lost out on. The fights are just not continuously happening. They're connecting, they're disconnecting. They're just not in a straight line right now. And Killer YT, DRS, getting easily taken care of. Godlike Stalwart, as always, just asserting dominance no matter what team is it.
That's exactly how they like to pressure the team. Look at that, one more knock with a mini. Demo is poured out in the open. Oh, pixels off his head. Barely visible and top. Does manage to connect quite nicely. One more pixel shot and Demo is going to be knocked out. There it is. And it's not just a knock, it's the exit being handed to the players of IHC. 6 teams remaining, 19 players still alive in this game. Godlike Stalwart, 2 players left from the lineup. Just trying to secure as many points as they can before they're forced out of this game. And the zone does abandon them, in fact. Moving away by quite a lot, so I think even they realize that finishing this game with a chicken dinner, it's going to be close to impossible now.
Joker Sir's being knocked out. Turulov is right there in that little dip. And the entire team of Elementrix is now just running on up. Turulov is catching a lot of hurt, and yeah, too many players to deal with. He's been surrounded from all the different angles, but now Elementrix, they're being peppered down. They're being shot at from a completely different team. It's the team of Skylightz Gaming. Mr. Boar is sort of separated out from the pack, but Skylightz Gaming, they themselves have another trouble to take care of.
We'll see Dax still holding a pretty brilliant position towards the northeastern edge of the zone. All they have to do is deal with the players of Skylightz Gaming, and they basically have the endgame scenario right in front, but from the distance, stop! It's not stopping at all. Another headshot connecting, and Dax, they are going to be a player down for a few short moments. Not too difficult to recover from a situation like this. Let's see how far are they willing to go for this win.
Speak about how far right now Elementrix, they're on a climb against the players of Skylightz Gaming. They really do want to get rid of him, but Top has positioned himself perfectly. He's prone down, and he's really waiting for that right moment to strike, tap, or deal. But right now, Skylightz Gaming, Mr. Boro, too many men to deal with. Might just crumble down soon, but he's trying his best to fight back, but he cannot manage to. Elementrix playing like a really nice, well-oiled team.
Well, let's see. Top 4 teams finally, 13 players still alive. Gremlin Storm, all 4 players remaining. Same with Dax, Elementrix, 1 player down, and Stalwart, they're down to their last 2 players.
I'm not sure if you've noticed how Dax just always plays grouped up. We've never seen Dax on a split. We've never seen Dax like really, just overall, they just lack a lot of confidence. And if they do have a split, and especially when you know that they have all the 4 players up, they should be able to gather so much map control. And also at the same time, they'll be able to grab so much vital information.
I think for now, though, they are doing pretty well for themselves. Look at that. The zone again right on top of Dax. And this is when I think sticking together can be advantageous. In a situation like this, open circle, all 4 players hiding in the ridge, all they have to do is just be a wall to everyone else. If they can stop Gremlin Storm and Elementrix, this is their game. Pika in the distance is just going for a heal battle, I guess, trying to secure a few extra points. I don't think that's going to be enough. struggled, finally shutting down Pika, and now we are down to the top 3 teams of the game, ladies and gentlemen. 11 players still alive. Fear is going to be dropped down from the side of Elementrix, in fact, dishing out the damage on the players of Gremlin Storm. Memo is going to be out in the open as well. The trades happening between the two teams, and Dax, they're just patiently waiting for whoever is left is going to step their way, and they're just waiting to see if they can finish off the last remaining player from either of these teams.
Dax right now, all the 3 players, yeah, they're definitely getting chipped off, but Gremlin Storm, they need to make it inside, and that's when Dax will try to strike. But Dax, unfortunately, they're also being the center of attraction. Struggled, is barely somehow alive on a sliver of HP, but now eventually falls down, and now the entire team of Dax is also getting pounced on by the players of Elementrix. 2 teams to deal with at the same time. Precious, the Molotov is tossed right onto him perfectly. But he somehow manages to escape the flames and find himself in a better, safer spot. Orange, he can be revived. But Dax, they're not making a move. They're not being aggressive because one player from the side of Elementrix is in the back providing that cover fire. So Dax cannot play this one aggressively.
Well, let's see though. Dax also a player down now. Elementrix changing the game, changing the tides into their favor and looking extremely strong and comfortable in doing so. Oh, Bishal caught off guard. Out in the middle of the road is going to get knocked out, and Memo is going to try and go for a finish. No utility left on Memo. Orange is going to be knocked out from the side of Elementrix as well. Dax, they have gone for a revive. All 3 players are standing now. So it's a 3v3 between Dax and Gremlin Storm. Elementrix, they're going for revives of their own, but the Molotov is going to finish off Orange right there. And Dax, they're going to finish off the last player, Precious, from the side of Elementrix, down to the top 2 teams. 3v3 situation. Whoever makes the first mistake is going to lose out on a lot of points from this game.
That's for sure. 3v3 situation. The odds are equally stacked. While the players of Dax, they're kind of on a net deficit. On the other hand, GSM, they have been in the center of the circle since a long time. They have been dominating the circle, but the final circle unfortunately shifted right on top of the players of Dax, and that's why now GSM have found themselves in a little bit of a tricky spot to be in. And I don't think so any of these players or any of these teams are going to try to push against them. These teams are definitely struggling big time with the confidence, and they're just going to let the wall of death speak for them. And as the wall of death closes in, they will try to close in themselves, and that's what now is exactly happening. Dax, they're slowly and steadily making a move. The Rock is their saving grace for now, but how is SpikeX going to try to make it in? Finally, Paragiti spotted. This should now finally just begin this entire fight. As the opening's being found, Gremlin Storm, they would just want to press on top of that opening. They want to keep the pedal to the metal, but Dax as well, they're trying their best to fight back and defend themselves, but now it's going to leave SpikeX all by himself in a 1-on-2 situation, and SpikeX also wants to make some sort of moves happen, but then steps outside the cover because the wall of death is moving in from the back and has no other option left anyways. He will be eliminated, and Gremlin Storm with 11 elimination points and 26 points in total.
Well, what a jump even Gremlin Storm are having. It has been a pretty good day for them as well. Impressive run in this game, but yeah, as you mentioned right there, SpikeX stepping out in the open. He had no other options left. Also, no utility left as well, because one nade, one Molotov could have just changed this entire game in the very end. It is important to save and be wise with how and when you use your utility. Even Gremlin Storm, for that matter. They did not have any more utility left after they were done with their fight with Elementrix. Could have changed, made things a whole lot more easier for them to close this game out as well. But still, congratulations to Gremlin Storm. They've managed to climb up all the way to the top 13.
They have. They indeed have. And Gremlin Storm, of course, as you said, they have managed to climb. There's a decent leap taken from their side. I'm pretty sure even in the overall rankings of this week. But before we continue the conversation, we're going to take a short break.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, with all matches of the day finally being completed, I think it is pretty clear to say that godlike Stalwart have, in fact, made an impressive comeback. DRS Gaming, they're trying their level best to stay on the top, but it is going to be quite interesting to see what is going to happen. They still have 2 more days left. And look at the MVP of the game. It is going to be godlike Stalwart's top with 5 eliminations and 757 damage.
Exactly, with 5 knockouts and only 50 healing done and 23:02 survival time. I mean, godlike Stalwart, they were really giving it all they had to get this chicken dinner. But unfortunately, the Circle just played some evil games. And it did favor the players of GSM for a long time.
Yeah. But, I mean, godlike Stalwart had a pretty impressive run in this particular game as well. GSM as well, I have to say, just the fact that GSM knows which situation they won't really be able to compete and then they know when to back off. It is so smart of them. They know how to capitalize on the perfect opportunity that is presented to them and not really overcommit in certain situations. It was an impressive run throughout the day from the side of GSM as well. To be honest, I mean, we have seen them be a little bit more consistent this week. So I'm happy that the team has finally regained the momentum that they wanted since the start.
I mean, speak about that momentum. Even Dak seemed, yeah, I mean, definitely Dak seemed pretty okay in that previous game.
Yep.
But unfortunately, those moves in the final moments, I would say, they were a little too late. And again, as I said, man, it's just confidence, bro. It's just really that confidence lacking in this team. If this team only has a little bit more confidence and if they're not scared to take the fights, this team can be a whole nother beast, man. They have the firepower to back it up. They have the individual players to back it up as well. The problem is they're just not experimenting inside the game. They're not spreading. They're not splitting. We never see them in a 2-1 split. We never see them in a 3-1 split or a 2-2 split. They always just like to play grouped up, and that's why this limits the information as well.
Everything is just textbook for Dax. I mean, no experiments, no outside the box. They like to stick to the textbook playstyle of the game, which is team-oriented, survival-oriented, and that is what Dax are willing to do. But if they can master the fundamentals of the game, I think it is just going to turn them into monsters. Because if your survival instincts are taken to a whole other level, even a team grouped up can, in fact, prove to be extremely brutal. I mean, we have seen that in different regions as well. But looking at the match summary, it looks like there were only 2 teams in the game. One was Gremlin Storm, the other was godlike Stalwart.
I mean, godlike Stalwart were definitely just battling their way through it. The one main reason why godlike Stalwart weren't really able to shine through in that game, unfortunately, was because they, of course, needed to just fight through way too many teams. And Circle, as I said, it was just playing those evil games over and over again. It was taking some interesting shifts, and especially in Miramar, we know it's famous for its open terrains. It's really tough to navigate your way through. It's really tough to find a good piece of cover. You will have those little ridges to play with, but you never know what's on either side.
Well. I mean, looking at the points of this match, though, Gremlin Storm walking away 26 points, Dax with 18 in total. We do have Elementrix finishing with 16 points as well, and then there's godlike Stalwart with 14 to their name. DRS, I think, are now going to be upset. Alright, so there was a 15-point difference. There's still going to be a 10-point difference after this match. DRS is still going to be sitting on the first position, I believe.
That's a really good thing, I would say, because as I mentioned...
DRS,
yeah, as I mentioned, for DRS, that's a really good thing because I mentioned this too before this game even started, saying that they had a decent cushion no matter what. So even if this game is not going that great, they can still try to wrap up at least like 5 or 6 points. That can help them keep the lead. But just keeping the lead, is it going to cut? You said no, of course, and it is understandable too, because at the end of the day, you will need to have that lead overall. You will need to have a cushion. You will need to have a lot much more point that will not over and over haunt you and give you that paranoia of getting toppled over anytime.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the paranoia is going to kick in. It's going to set in tomorrow with the first game, right? Because with how fast godlike Stalwart have climbed up, imagine where they're going to be with 8 matches left. DRS, their consistency has fallen off. We haven't seen, we saw them perform a little bit today, but then not the same level of consistency that we were witnessing from them in day 1, in day 2. Day 3 was a little bit slow for them. So they have to be on point tomorrow. Otherwise, the moment they make a single mistake, well, godlike Stalwart is just going to pass them by at the speed of a rocket ship.
And they have done it to the majority of the teams inside the lobby. Now we're still waiting for some of the big giants, for example, High Voltage to show up, man, and even Deadeye's guys too were on the latter half of the board, if I'm not wrong. So High Voltage and Deadeye's guys, these two teams, we know they're hiding some sort of things going on inside, and they still have 2 more days to go because today's day has been completely done. We are done with all the games.
Yes, all 5 matches of the day are done. And now we finally get to look at the overall rankings, which is DRS sitting on the first position. As I said, there's a difference between them and godlike Stalwart, difference being just mere 5 points. But look at that, Gremlin Storm. Now this is what I call impressive as well. It wasn't just godlike Stalwart who made a massive jump today. It was the players of Gremlin Storm as well. 5 position gain with the previous match, and now they find themselves part of a top 3.
Looking really good. Gremlin Storm, a 5-position leap, as you mentioned. Then you have Elementrix 2 in this previous game. They did a 3-position leap. Raw is on a downfall. A1NB2, today's day was quite rough. And this is what has been happening too. This is funny. The majority of the things that we talked about in the early show segment is literally just happened. A1NB2, we talked about how it happened inside the week 2, where they started the week with a complete rocket start, but then later on they started to just drop off big time, and now that is exactly what is happening.
Yeah, I mean, it was an impressive run by majority of the teams. As we were talking about the comebacks, the one team I'm still hoping regains their lost form is going to be High Voltage, of course. I mean, the consistency that they displayed in the first 2 weeks, they have to make sure they capitalize on this. If they miss out, then all the hard work they put in the previous 2 weeks, it's going to be nullified. And I don't want that for High Voltage. Again, they look like one of the top contenders for the trophy with the way they were playing in the first 2 weeks of this tournament. But today was, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, dominated in its entirety by these 4 lads. Godlike Stalwart, just an impressive run. Look at those average survival times. 21 minute 40 seconds is the minimum average survival time, and that is also on one of the most aggressive players in the team, a man who is forced to play isolated. Top still has Pika alongside with him to protect him, but Action, he has to run solo, so he goes down easy. And even he has 21 minute average survival time after 4 games.
Yeah, I mean, godlike Stalwart, of course, without a doubt, man. As you know what, Johnny, I'm not even gonna lie. When today's day was about to start, I was like, okay, today's day, I think so probably godlike Stalwart are going to dominate, because they were on the latter half of the board, and they know they need to make a comeback. And we usually know, like 1 or 2 good games, you will already be inside the top 5. And that's what exactly just happened. Godlike Stalwart, 2 back-to-back chicken dinners inside top 5. Now just sitting on the 2nd spot, 5 points shy from the 1st spot. And tomorrow we might as well just see them overtake DRS.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is going to happen. And also look at this. This is also quite fun, right? This is the fact that in 4 matches that he had to play, Top got 15 eliminations.
Yep. Impressive.
In just 4 games.
Impressive. And
an average of 3.75 per game.
Yeah, we don't usually see this sort of a big difference between Action and Top's elimination points, but this time Top has really just toppled on over, huh? But now you have the elimination leaders of the entire PMPL over here so far, and of course Top with the 86 is on the 2nd spot, but Nearzed is still leading the charts with 91 elimination points and 16,954. But Talk, he's on another level with the damage numbers.
Well. I mean, the damage numbers, they are going to matter so much when it comes to deciding who the MVP is going to be. But I think Nearzed is going to now feel the pressure, because remember, Top and Action, they were stuck behind the lads from the Warriors for so long, and now finally Top has started to move up, just 5 eliminations separating the 2. Damage numbers, I think Top just needs 1 or 2 eliminations more, and he's already going to be sitting on the 1st position, because priority does go to those damage numbers and those survival times, and that is where Nearzed is lacking. But still, this is just the conversation about the individuals and how they have been playing during the league stages. The MVP prize money, it's given for the finals.
Yep, exactly. That is what's going to happen. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, we also saw the league stage. The team that is going to be on the first spot in the league stage, of course, will be getting $5,000 to all by themselves. So, again, this is what these teams are really looking out for. So, we'll be able to find out which team is going to be that team. With that being said, as you have the daily winners, and of course, Gremlin Storm started things off on a great note and also ended on a great note, John.
Yeah. A complete circle. They started with a win on Sanhok. They ended with a win on Miramar. An impressive day by Gremlin Storm. But think about this, right? We have two teams who walked away with 2 chicken dinners in a single day. Gremlin Storm being one of them, and Godlike Stalwart with a back-to-back win as well. Then there was one win by High Voltage, and it was an impressive one, but the consistency throughout the rest of the day just wasn't there, because of which we don't see them move to the top 10 of the ranking. They're still on the latter half of the leaderboard. But still, 2 more days to go in the last week. There's tomorrow, there's Sunday, and on Sunday there's the extra game of Living. And to play Living, you have to stay in the top 12. Those are the rules, but it is going to get a lot more interesting with now how these teams have started to show their true faces. We thought Gremlin Storm, what was happening to them? We were wondering what is happening to Gremlin Storm, what is going on with Godlike Stalwart. All of a sudden, these teams are just not looking good at all. Really not looking good. But then today, I think they just made us realize, like, all right, guys, we were just chilling for a bit. We knew we can make a comeback. Top 3 is extremely easy, even though we are 50 points behind.
Yeah, I mean, that's just Godlike Stalwart doing Godlike Stalwart things, right?
Yeah.
Like, literally, just not even breaking a sweat. Easily just in that top 3, and then now we're just waiting for High Voltage. We saw them trying to regain their lost glory, but they got 1 chicken dinner there.
Yeah,
but they still have a lot more to go. They're still on the latter half of the board. They're still on 15th or 16th spot, if I'm not wrong, somewhere around that.
Yeah, but you know what?
Yeah.
Like, forget about Godlike Stalwart. I'm more impressed with how Gremlin Storm were able to pull it off. Godlike Stalwart, as you said, I mean, why are we surprised? We knew this was going to happen. GSM is the team we need to be excited about, and I think all eyes need to be on GSM when they tune in tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. As I said, matches today are done. We're done with our show for today as well. Thank you so much for tuning in. See you guys again tomorrow. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.